Hey everybody. Hey guys, good night. Hey guys, what's going on? Good night everybody. Hey, it's a what is it today? It's a Tuesday. How are you doing, guys? A view is a view. You were first, right? I almost didn't come on here cuz I got some stuff going on in the back here. So I was going to change the live to tomorrow, but I'm like, you know what? Since I already set the schedule, let me come up on here. Hey L7. Hey, Vibrant Love. Hey, who else? Hey, Jill. Hey, Clyde. Happy Tuesday. Hey, everybody. Let me see who else is in here. Ooh, my regulars. Hey, guys. Thank you so much. Ciao. Man, there's been a lot going on today, I realize. I gotta catch a part of two lives today. I gotta catch something is going on. Something is going on since last week with the whole I'm thinking it stemmed from that day when Heat Wave did a live last week. Hold on. Hey Ronnie Q. Oh, you're editing, okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Okay, so like I was saying, hey house music, hey everybody coming in. Hey to those in the chat as per usual and to those who are up there in the coconut trees looking down. Ooh, and let me not forget. And a special hello to those people peeping in my bush. Ooh, you're in here. Oh, you're in here. Hey guys, that's a special welcome for you. No, you don't like me, but you're still in here. But it's still all love over here. Like I said when I just came on here, it's still all love. Still might do my open panels. I'll still do my thing. It just is what it is. I may not play the game the same way you guys do it because I'm being myself, my authentic self. This is how I came here. This is how I'm going to go out. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. Hey, cool gamer. Hey, everybody. I appreciate you guys for coming through. So, like, hey, Reed. Hopefully I won't be on here too long because I got some stuff going on. Like I was saying, this whole situation, oh Lord, this is not gonna go happen. There's football going on. Hold on. You people dox everything. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying, since last week when Heatwave came on her channel and made commentary, obviously on whatever she saw or whatever was happening, and mind you, always bear this in mind: the people who Heatwave may watch, I don't watch them. Two persons in, three persons in particular, I don't watch them, and that is not me just saying I don't watch them. I just don't. Ronnie Q, did you hear it? I'm so embarrassed. Hold on, I'm mute again. Okay. Or soccer, as you guys call it. Child, I'm not going to be able to concentrate. I don't even know if I should do it. Yeah, so like I was saying, last week Heatwave did her commentary, obviously on stuff she's been seeing on the streets, right? Guess what? Carried on, hey Connie, Kara doesn't necessarily watch the same people that Heatwave watches, or maybe Heatwave may know a little bit more about what's going on the streets as opposed to me because I don't be watching a lot of people, as well as sometimes for real, I am like really busy during the day because of work. Hey, Red Afro. So yeah, so I don't always get to catch like everybody, but if I do see them go live, I'll share or whatever. But it doesn't necessarily mean I'm, hey Styles with Tisa with everybody. Yeah. So Heatwave made her commentary and stuff, and I guess that's where everything kicked off. I'm guessing that's where everything kicked off. So she did her commentary, and within that time that she was doing her commentary, she was already in the 900s, I think 960 something or something like that. So of course we were encouraging people to, subscribe to get her to her thousand and stuff. So before the live even ended, Heatwave got to her thousand. So it was a celebratory type of mood. We were in the chat celebrating and stuff. So of course I then went live after her and said congrats Heatwave, because guess what? She didn't even know. She didn't even notice it because I don't think she was paying attention or whatever. So I did actually go a few minutes after her. I don't even know how long after she was live that I went and you know went to go do congratulations to her. So I did that, and she came on a few minutes after. You think so, Styles? Trust and believe, girl. Carrying in shit. Never been in these types of trivial stuff in my life, so I don't even know when I would ever come on YouTube and be a part of stupid dumb shit. Yeah. So, and the good thing is Okay, let me finish. So of course we were there congratulating Heatwave for getting to her thousand. Isn't that something? So congrats again to you, Heatwave. Yeah. And then while I was there live doing that and Heatwave was over here, somebody dropped in the chat to tell me to announce that um the lady over there. Hey, just Andrea. Hey, everybody. The lady over there. I don't even know if I should use the word lady. Should I go back to the other words that I use? It's whatever. So she had her name in the title, wanting for her to come over to have a discussion. I'm like, Heatwave, where are you going? You going over there? We all know what happens when she puts somebody's name in the title. Think about it. Especially some of you who've been around for the longest time. I'm not talking about these new people who are inserting themselves like they know shit. I'm not talking about anybody who's been here 6 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 year. You don't know shit, so shut the fuck up. Hold on. I hold on. The nerve. So I somebody said it last night and I'm like, are those two gonna start fighting? But you know how it is. They'll be fake friends very soon because they were fake friends not too long ago. So what a thing. The nerve to be talking about people timing people out. Really? When she does all that plus blocking like it's nothing. Whether or not it's her channel. Girl, please. Girl, bye. Boo. Boo. Yeah. So I can't keep focus. So where was I? Yeah, so somebody said it in the chat that she dropped that she had her name, and I'm like, where are you going? People over here trying to celebrate this lady and being feeling happy about her reaching that milestone, that 1,000. Right, Tisa? Exactly. So that was the whole, if you notice. Oh Lord, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Please let me know if the audio is still okay. Okay. Yeah, so the whole idea behind that live that I did was to celebrate Heat Wave getting to 1,000. Didn't the thing say congratulations, Heat Wave? Are we missing something here? Or are we always looking for something? Are we always looking for an issue? So that whole thing right there was, just to celebrate her reaching to her 1,000. Some people were upset about her being over here, and I'm like, where are you and who are you and why are you? Who, when, where, why? Who sent for you? Why are you here? Why do you care? How did you come about to be, in the middle of this? Where were you when I first started off? He Wave has always been over here. Always. So where and who and how and why and what and all of those other questions, where do you come in? Where do you fit in to be saying, oh, why are you over here on somebody's panel that hates her? Where were you all this time? Where were you when even both of them were on the panel over here? Like, seriously? Can you believe this shit? Oh, she's over there on her enemy's platform. She's always been over here. She has always been over here. What is she supposed to do? Stop coming over here because you don't like it? Because you don't like it? Really? Girl. Anywho. So that was the reason for that. And of course, it upset Heatwave somewhat. And I can't tell Heatwave how to feel, but I'm sure as hell won't allow her to be crying over here like a crazy person over somebody who would never shed a tear, much less provide water. I was thinking something really rude. Yeah, that woman doesn't have a drop of tear for anybody. So I'm like, why are you over here trying to, you know, shed a tear for somebody who doesn't give a f about you? Don't waste your time. Don't do that. Don't do it. You are so right, Ronnie Q. She does the same thing. She does the same thing. Yep, the lies. Hey, Adoris. Hey, everybody coming in. Yeah, so I'm like, is she supposed to stop coming over here because you guys are trying to be messy? If you notice, when the whole quote unquote fallout happened with myself and the gold tooth lady over there, and Heatwave was over here trying to be, oh, let us sort this out. And I'm like, so, what? What? No, I told her no. There's nothing to fix. There's nothing because I'm not that person. I don't need validate. I don't need friendship. I don't even know how to explain this shit. Who cares? Who cares whether or not she talks to me or not? Girl. And she needs to stop telling people lies about her taking my mod stick or blocking me or whatever. Bitch, I emailed you and told you to take that mod stick away from me. Stop lying to people and stop trying to make yourself feel good because you didn't block me and it had nothing to do with nothing until I was over there by newbie and you came over there thinking people were talking about you when it had nothing to do with you. Nothing. It had nothing to do with you, and you decided to come make yourself seen in the chat, dropping down and shit when I was having a whole conversation with Goosey about something else, talking about people throwing subliminals and stuff. Bitch, boo. Yeah, so anywho, I'm all over the place, but you know what I mean, right? And so I don't know why she's giving off the, oh, and I was about to take your mod stick anyway. And I'm like, does it come with health benefits? Um, what do I get when I is like, what's the salary? Like, what? What? Am I supposed to feel like it's a privilege? We've seen you out here and how you operate. Girl, please. And that is why I told Heatwave, don't waste your time trying to have me make up with people, especially strangers that can't do shit for me. Why the hell would I care if she likes me or not? And then, Clyde, hold on. And even that is funny too, Clyde, because I'll be over here doing this, and then you're doing messy stuff on here and whatever, and you say, okay, let me move from this room or whatever. This lady has the nerve to be talking about I must move out of my crowded place and move out my parents' house, and I'm like, look at you, 50, and you don't own your own house, and you're talking about me. You just got one room to step into, girl. Please, girl, stop that shit. You just got one room to step into. Your bedroom, the living room, whatever it is. I don't remember. Don't do that shit. Don't do that. You're out of order. Hey, Miss Cruiser. That's so funny. Every time I thought about that, I laughed to myself. Because, like, you're trying to say you're roasting people or cussing people. And I'm like, I don't feel no type of way. In my mind, I'm laughing because I do my little comparisons and I'm like, tick, check. You got this, she doesn't. Tick, tick. She's this, she's that. Tick, tick. Edges, check. Tick, showers, check. Tick, tick. And I'm just, taking my list off and I'm like, I'll be damned if I allow that woman. I'll be damned if I allow that person to ever make me feel bad about myself. And then on that weird questionable retirement. Now, if you retire at this age, in the next 5, 6 years, 7, 8 years, you're gonna need to change that car. Where are you gonna get money to buy that car? How old is your girl? Tick, check mark. Oh, nope, can't fuck with me. No time at all. Don't do it, girl. Don't. You don't know nothing more than this blue avatar you see up here that says, let's check the give a damn meter. Yup, still zero. And that's the only thing you'll ever know about me. You've given me your number before and I've never called you because I don't do those type of shit. The furthest I've ever gone is to try to, when you just got locked up. That's the furthest I've ever gone. And you know what's the beauty of it all? Everybody who was in that live that day for the 2 point something views, because I went back to check, knew what we were doing. Do I need to tell you where to find it? Do I need to tell you the name of the video for you to go find it to see that everybody who was in the live knew that we were already going to try to make the calls? Like, I don't do those type of behind the scene crap that I've been hearing all you people do on here. I don't got time for that shit. I don't do messy stuff. I didn't do it all these years, and I'm how old right now? You think I'm gonna start? You think I'm gonna start right now? You must be kidding me. Oh, okay. So I was looking through the videos that I had during that time, and it clearly shows that we started on that very same live that day. Um, Here, let me find it. I'm gonna play it. You can hear it. Listen to this. Does this does this sound? This was 6 months ago. Does this sound like somebody sneaking around to do behind the scenes type of shit? For those who were here, you know it. You know that it started on the live. The call started right there when we just heard about it. And the worst thing is, who the hell could ever be? Who the? Oh, it's bad when you get locked up and people who are strangers have to try to get you out because they know you don't got shit. They know you don't got support. The strangers are having to help you. Girl, please. I've never been to jail. Maybe I got the wrong information because I asked somebody to this look was into live. That. They said not until tomorrow. No, that's not true. I just spoke. Okay, so let me give you this. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. I almost put in the wrong damn thing, baby. Okay. It's there. It's all there where everything began. It is all there. If you do not work or you do not have collateral, it's all there. We're not in that situation. It's all there. Go. The video is there. I'll probably drop the link. It's all there, girl. It is all there. that all the conversations started in a live. The calls to the bails bond started in a live. The only thing different about it is that we have already been on the live for almost 2 hours and we just ended the calls behind the scene. I don't do messy stuff behind the scene. Okay? Not my thing. Never was, never will. I leave that to the professionals at that because you've been doing that for years. And I'm not going to get caught up in crap. Okay. So the name of the live is Quick Chat. Okay. And then you could also find the video of when Ken came on the panel to say what he wanted to say. And I sure did let him up on there. Girl, Reed, I've been watching over here for the longest time. Girl, you know I got that. You know I got it, girl. I've been over here long enough. So it's there. I didn't pull nothing down. It's there. The only thing I may have even messed with is like when I do karaoke and if there's a song that's, you know, I gotta, whatever. It's right there. Like you can always go listen. So don't let it seem like nobody's over here. Oh, let's go behind the scenes and have some conversations and all of that. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Which one? You mean in did it happen in my life? Because if it did, it's all there. I don't remove nothing. All there. I could maybe go look at the chat and stuff. Oh yeah, they're all there. I don't got time for that foolishness that people do. Imagine you're half a century and you're doing all of that shit. Girl, please. I don't got time for that shit. Imagine me getting to your age and being messy like that. Oh hell no. So that happened with Heat Wave. I'm assuming that the lives that Heat Wave did today, and maybe did she do one yesterday too, had something to do with something she may have watched. And then dead serious. I won't know what is happening over there because I don't go over there. I am not interested in the least bit. So I don't know what nobody's saying or doing. I don't. I'm not the type of person who is not going to like somebody or not care for somebody but still be up in their bushes. It's not my thing. Well, kudos to those who do it, but it's just not my thing. And that is why, for the life of me, I can't understand how people do not like New Mexico, but they still watch what he does. How does that work? It's just how I operate, and I won't change. But anyways, all I was saying is that the live that I did was to congratulate Heatwave. Some people saw it as, oh, Heatwave threw subliminals at her and then she went on a panel with somebody that doesn't like her. No, she's going to always come over here as long as she wants to. Okay. So I'm guessing that things are getting heated up between the parties involved. Notice there's not much Carrie involved in it. Carrie was dealing with her own issues during that time. However, I still cared for the bitch, so I was still worried about her and, trying to figure out how to get, get ways to, happy holidays, Lavon. I don't celebrate it, but happy holidays to you. Yeah. So the main thing that we were trying to do at the time was to see how to get her out. And in retrospect, what are we as strangers, caring about people that much to try to get them out for? That's the next part. But you live and you learn. But I was just really at the time like really concerned and was trying to see, with the other two parties how to, get her out. And one thing for sure as the sky is blue, well, it may not be blue right now, as sure as the grass is green. As sure as the grass is green, girl. I don't do those types of things with collection of money. I don't do those things. Never have, never will. Notice at no point in time I didn't say, oh, let's collect some money. People were even there in the chat saying, do a collection and stuff. And not one time did you see Carrie do that. Carrie barely even puts her Cash App up on here, if you notice that. Hint, hint, hint. I don't collect money. I don't do those types of things. Okay? So hold on. Truth is, people are indifferent.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I genuinely cared, and I use the word genuinely because I did at the time. Because I'm not gonna act like I wasn't genuinely caring for the woman. But I still know at the end of the day how to not get too attached to people, so that to the point where nothing she does hurts me. No, well, I can't allow nothing that nobody does on here to hurt me. Actually, like, how does that work? I don't know these people. Like, so I know how to step back from stuff, detach myself a bit, but I'm still human. So I'm going to have concern for people. I'm going to feel for people. And you do have like really good people on here. You do. Because I've met some really, really cool people on here who are, in fact, genuine people. But at the end of the day, when you have mongrels like that over there, you know, they don't know how to appreciate things that people do for them. They just want to make sure they're in the limelight at some point, or they're with the in crowd at the time, or they're being talked about at the time. That's all they care about. They will step on your heads, your ankles, wherever, and do whatever they have to do to make sure that they're surviving, even when they don't need to. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about people. Why waste their time trying to care for people and they don't appreciate shit you do? And then why waste your time dealing with people who all they do is like carry news and, you know, chat all sorts of stuff to get people against each other? I don't got time for that shit. Yes, Lavana, a lot of people were in the chat saying that they wanted to help and even said that it'd help with the money and stuff. And I've never asked because I don't really, it's not my thing. Especially considering some of the stuff we see on here. I don't want to get my hands messy in those kinds of stuff. And to be really honest, once I started, I really, that same night I found out, started trying stuff the following day and stuff. So we were actually like really trying to see how to help. Um, Serve me right. Serve me right. The hell you look like helping strangers on here who would never lift a pail of water to help you if you needed it. That girl doesn't have an ounce of love in her heart, so she would never know what it feels like to be genuinely concerned about people and to want to actually help them. They were more concerned about, oh, she had people on her channel talking bad about her. She had people on the platform. How could you be somebody who likes somebody and you're there and you have them coming and talking? Oh, and you have them in the chat doing this. I barely started my fucking channel. And I don't stalk my chat like some of you do. I don't stalk my chat. Okay? I can't see every single word that comes through the chat. You don't know if I'm multitasking or moving around while I'm on here. I don't see every freaking thing in the chat. And so what if I brought Ken up here? So what? He said what he had to say. It's my channel. Can I tell you what to do? Oh God, football. Hold on. Yeah. So I'm like, who could ever come on your panel and tell you not to do this and not to do that? You can't tell me what to do over here. You're so busy being messy. You wanted to make a big thing out of something. Oh, she let people who don't like her come up and talk and whatever. I sure allowed people to come on the panel. I can't. Oh, I allowed. I allowed. Can I know what's going to come out of people's mouth? Fuck up. Look here. Look here now. Look here now. How I'm doing now. How do you know what's going to come out of somebody's mouth? I let people do this and I let people do that. Girl, please. 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 Girl, please. Anywho, so the long and short of it is that, yes, that did happen. The bitch called the cops on herself. Yes, she did. Dumb bitch. Called the cops on herself during a live. She got locked up during a live stream. How smart is that? Then she's always the one who's saying, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Don't you sure knew what you were doing that day, didn't you? And then, of course, people were there being worried, like really worried about the girl and trying to do everything in their power, you know, to help. She wasn't worried about what all those people were doing, calling the jail every minute to try to find out what was happening. They were the people said they were getting so many calls there. The calls were coming in. Okay. The calls were coming in. You had people who were talking bad about her on their channel and stuff, and they still, came back on her channel. But guess what? No, you just need to pinpoint what the moderator was doing, huh? Oh, try to find the messy part. Oh, yeah, she was doing this. Yeah, she was allowing them to do this. She was allowing them to do that. Oh, please. I don't form words for people. They form the words for their own selves, and it comes out of their mouth. So I don't really care who was all in their feelings and stuff. The live is still up. It's at the 58-minute mark where Ken started. You can go watch it for yourself and see what happened. People were in all up in their feelings and emotions were high. So they're gonna say whatever they want to and talk about how while she was in jail, this is all I was doing, and I was building my channel. Girl, please. Even those times I barely came on here. Sure, let me see this. Tom Morrill says Shelly and wanted to get money from the pieces. That money would have never went to bail. Chicken wings and pizza. People forget how folk roll around here. Lord Jesus. Yeah, I don't collect money on those types of stuff. I am when it comes to those types of things, I'm very, you know, careful of those types of stuff. So I don't get my hands in that kind of stuff. And that is why I was trying to just deal with it behind the scenes only and see what could be done and then move on from there. And then there were some people who were upset with me because I wasn't posting her Cash App every minute. Does that make sense? You get locked up. How do you get access to your Cash App? Can anybody tell me? Because I've never been to jail. Can you use your phone? Can you get access to your Cash App when you go in jail? I don't know. So some people were so upset. Her moderator wasn't even promoting her Cash App and stuff. The only thing I can remember doing is correcting somebody who had dropped in my chat or somebody else's chat who was putting up a fake Cash App for her and spelled something wrong, and I noticed it, and I pointed it out, and I said, if you really want to send Cash Apps to her, send it to the correct one. That's not it. And you could even go on her page to see what her real Cash App is. So there were some other people who were trying to benefit from the situation at the time and putting up fake Cash Apps and stuff. And why is it that the moment she gets locked up, people should be collecting money? I don't do those types of shit. I don't get mixed up in like those types of stuff. You see what I'm saying? No. How is she going to use her Cash App while she's in jail? I don't know. Maybe somebody could correct me or, inform me of how it's done. But I was thinking that she would need the money when she gets out. So at that time would have been better for her maybe when she got out or something. But that wasn't my problem. The worst part of it is thinking to yourself, why are strangers on YouTube feeling the need to help somebody on YouTube? That's the real question. What about friends and family? One of the main things we were worried about is that, okay, she got locked up. Does she have access to her phone? Does she remember any close friend's number or close family friend's number or family number to call, when you get that one call? So I don't know. I didn't know the situation. And that is one of the reasons why I was trying to figure out, like, what can we do to help? You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. So I was just worried about that part. And I was also worried because who wants, in that time what the climate was like and how black people were being treated and stuff by cops and stuff. And I'm like, whoever did that, they're really, you know, some thoughtless souls. And I was so worried about the girl, and I'm like, who wants to be in prison, in jail at this time? How are they treating him? She could get hurt. She could be resisting. She could be in shock. There could be so many things happening. So I was really worried for the person at the time. But at the same time, I had my own things dealing with, got people in the hospital, got all my own stuff dealing with. So I wasn't like 100% always, like working on it. I had my own life and death happening at that time. And I want to make it very clear when I mention that, because I don't normally like to like come on here and tell people my business. But when I mentioned that, I wasn't looking. Look, hold on. When I mentioned that my two family members passed, trust and believe, bitch, I wasn't seeking sympathy from you. I was just trying to make you know that I'm dealing with shit and certain things are not. Ooh, Lord, hold on. The shouting. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh Lord, you just gotta go dox the voice, whatever. Yeah. So, um, I'm like, I'm dealing with this shit. I can't be dealing with your problems while I'm dealing with mine. And then you have all these crazy people on here. This is a time for them to start shining and becoming, those those what they call those they are on the battlefield for her at the time. Oh, you're not doing this, and she's doing that, and she's doing. You just came out to shine during that time to find all the negatives you could. She's allowing this to happen on her panel and this. You always seem to find the negatives in life. Always. It's always the negative things that you enjoy pinpointing. When at the time I was fresh with my channel, just started out, and I was allowing anyone to come up because I normally do open panels. You had a problem with people and their words. Go have the problem with the person who was saying whatever. Don't have the problem with me. Okay? When you're fighting battles with people, I'm not fighting the battles with you. Do what you gotta do. Don't ever put me in the middle of anything that you have with somebody. That's not my thing. And there were a lot of people, pieces at the time, who were saying that they could, help if I wanted donations and stuff. And I didn't even, like ask. 'Cause even that day when I came on here and did that 4 or 5 minute thing, I was dealing with shit. And because a lot of people were like sending messages or writing in the comment sections and asking what was going on, and I wasn't really coming on like that because I got a lot going on. And I'm like, okay, at least we owe it to them because I don't know who else is trying to do anything. I don't know, so let's just give a quick update and stuff. And that's the only reason why I did that. I don't want anybody on here to think that I'm so caught up in other people's lives that I'm going to neglect my life and my family. Okay? You know? That's it. But I'm assuming that, things are heating up with Heat Wave. I caught her live at the tail end of her live today. So apparently some things are happening. I don't know. It's a lot going on. It's a lot. Hey Fifi. Hey Isaiah. I wish it could too, Jill, because it's gonna get really nasty from what I'm seeing. It is gonna get really nasty. And I wish, for the best for the parties involved, because it's not something you want to see. But at the end of the day, from from my observation, being over there for quite a few years, they may not be close. Heat Wave and Tracy may not be close as they were before, but definitely for those who used to watch, and unfortunately, some of those channels she had before are not up, so you wouldn't have known the how they used to deal with each other. So what we're seeing on the tail end now, that she has moved on to different pastures, because I'm definitely not going to say greener pastures. So she maybe moved on right now. Hold on. So she may have moved on right now to different YouTube ships and so on, but at the end of the day, she had a different type of relationship with Heatwave, based on what others have observed and just based on what I've seen over the years with them. So maybe she's not interested anymore. Maybe she's not feeling Heatwave anymore, and she just hasn't told her directly. I don't know the status of their relationship because I haven't been privy to it. I don't ask those types of, questions. I don't want to know all of those types of things. We don't have that type of conversation, you know. I started talking to Heatwave wholly and solely. because of, and you noticed when it started, because it was always just in chats and so on. The only reason why this happened, this little thing happened, is because we were trying to figure out, how to get the woman out of jail. And that's it. That's all. But like as it relates to, being messy and taking stuff and telling people, "Oh, go and watch that because this is what she did." This is nope. I ain't got time for that shit. Life is going on outside of that device. Life is going on outside. Okay? But what have we learned though from this situation? That was the title of my live, I think. What have we learned? Or so what now, I think. What have we Let me drop the link. Let you guys can tell me what you learned, but I'm going to tell you what I've learned and already knew. We all knew what we were getting when we came over here. Um I started watching the whole Kia, I always call her name wrong. Kaya situation, Lovely Tea, and that's from those times that I've been over here. You know, I knew what I was getting in. It may have changed for the worse with people branching off and doing other things, but I know what this sector gives and I know who I am as an individual. And I don't think I'm going to change because this is how it is. Oh, it's the beef sector. It doesn't mean I'm supposed to act the way everybody else does and try to show out for people. I'm not doing that shit. I'm being myself and it will continue to be that way. You know, I'm going to continue to do it that way. And that is why when the whole situation started up with the lady over there and he was trying to call for peace and stuff, I'm like, girl, please leave that shit alone. I don't need to be, talking to her. What am I talking to her for? Who is she? Is she God? Who died and made her God? Why do I need to be talking to her? Who is she? What am I benefiting from her? I'm benefiting from her in any way possible. I'm not, there's nothing to gain. What? Ooh, I can say, oh, I modded for her for almost 3 years. No, it didn't come with no pension, didn't come with no health benefits, didn't come with nothing. So like what am I supposed to feel bad that she ooh, I'm not modding for anymore. My life must be going down the drain. Oh my god, how do I manage? No, it doesn't work that way. I move on. I wasn't attached that way. I can um detach myself from that situation. Okay. And for all of those people who were saying Goosey's the one who caused them to break up, and no, look at that. Goosey can't do shit. But what I did do was allow Goosey to say what he wanted to say, just like how I allowed her to say what she wanted to say. But she thought she was going to get me in the middle of what she had going on with Goosey. Never going to happen. Goosey didn't do nothing. Despite him being, nitpicking or doing his thing, his trolling or whatever. It is what it is. They were both doing that. And I want to so I don't get in the middle of people on their crap. Don't drag me in that shit. Don't expect me not to talk to somebody because you're upset with them. Then tomorrow you're friends with them. What do I do? They've already been upset because I was going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Let me see this. It is eyes. It is him, Fifi. Hey, Queen Diva, and everybody coming in. The one person inserted herself just to get the tea and cash, then disappeared when she was not allowed by people. When she was not allowed by people who really cared. I'm just saying. Listen, I don't. I have been over here long enough to know how people operate over here, so I've always been on my p's and q's. Okay, like I told you, the lady told me if there is anything I should, here's her number, I should call her. I've never called Tracy. I don't even know why she gave me her number. And notice, girl, when you gave me yours, I didn't give you mine. Hint, hint. I don't do that type of shit. I knew I would never call your phone. So, girl, bye. Okay. All right. So, what have we learned from this situation? What happens next? What have we really observed right now? Number one, do not get too attached to people who are strangers. You are hearing what is, don't get too attached to people on here. That's all I'm trying to say. don't get too attached to people on here. I've learned that. I've also learned that people will act like they're really nice and they care about you, but in truth and in fact, anything can sway them. The need to be in the limelight, the need to be seen, the need to, be, in chats or on panels that people can see you, you know. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they switch. And that is why I know that I should always be mindful of how close I get to people. And that is why I treat this whole falling out with that lady way different from Heatwave, because Heatwave may have, may have had a different relationship with her. They may have both had a different relationship. And this other lady's acting like she wasn't close with Heatwave. You see what I'm saying? Because time passed, maybe she's moved on, she got somebody else now that she could, talk to and about, and be a part of a junkie crew and stuff. So we can't stop her from wanting to be a part of a junkie crew, or wanting to be in that. She tries to go wherever she can, get content, or where there's some drama going on, because what else is she gonna do? She doesn't work. How else is she gonna eat? So she got to make sure she attaches herself to something where there's always some beefing happening, or some drama happening. Some crazy stuff is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. And well, kudos to you if that's what you've been doing. It just is what, and that is why she'll make up with anybody, because it'll bring her the attention she needs. She'll be in the limelight. People will talk about her. People will come over to her chat and all of that stuff. So you can see the junkie stunts, and whenever they come around, you can always see the junkie stunts. It's right there in your face. You know? Right, Jill's comfort zone. Never. And you can always like people. Don't get me wrong. You can always have people that you like, because I really do like some people on here, but you still gotta not get too attached to the point where you're going to be like in your feelings when they don't want to talk to you, or or whatever. You just, no, I can separate the two. I'm very good at that. So it just doesn't work for me, like. And that is why I keep referring to this, because it's funny. It's funny. No, and people say, "Oh, the way she did Carrie was so bad, and this and that," and I'm like, "Did me how? I have to actually care for that to be a problem. How did she do me?" There's somebody in the back. Give me 1 second. How she did Carrie was so bad, and she was wrong for that, and whatever. I didn't feel shit. I didn't feel shit. I did speak about it though. Give a little bit out and whatever. It happened in the moment. But guess what? It didn't hurt me. You see what I'm saying? Didn't hurt me. Didn't I can just snap and I'm out of it. That's me. That's me in real life. Sometimes I don't even be talking to people in my real life. I'm like, girl, I'm protecting my energy. So it's whatever. I got somebody in the back. Hold on. I need to hear from you guys. What have you learned from this whole situation? Hold on 1 second. We got somebody in the back. Let's see who it is. Hello.
Hello, Carrie.
Oh,
It's
well, guess what,
Joyce.
guys? It's Joyce. Hey, Joyce.
Hi. Hey.
Well, channel.
I've tried to type in your chat, but I guess I'm blocked. I'm just
Somebody
wanting
blocked
to
you.
ask you. Hmm.
I'll go look, see what happened. Okay. 1 second. Is that you, Jill?
It's me. It's me.
Hold on. Let me try to remove this banner. Hold on. All right. All right. Go ahead, Joyce.
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. What did I ever do to you for you to speak so badly of me? Was it because you were friends with Tracy?
All right, go ahead and be specific about the what I spoke about you that was bad. The badly part. I need to understand that part.
Um, I can't exactly remember it verbatim, but it was just you would just say nasty things about me. Not that I had ever done anything specifically towards you, but it
Are
was
you
just like,
sure it? You sure it
hmm
was Keri? You sure it was me?
Yes.
So
Mhm.
it would be good if you would specify, because I don't have stuff to say about you. It would also be good if you could direct me to like a chat or something where I actually spoke on you, because I don't really think I've ever spoken on you. Maybe the only thing I've ever really like heard Tracy say something about is when your son, you went to some college or something. But I
Mhm.
don't remember, like speaking so badly. But I really love to hear it though.
I'll have to go back because I don't remember exactly what it was. I was just like, well, why is she saying these things about me? I've never been into it with her. I've never said anything to her or about her, and I just felt like it was because you were windmilling for Tracy. But most of the people that are angry with me because of Tracy, not because I've done something specifically to them. Just like even Heatwave mentioned me in her live today, and I just wanted to ask her the same thing because I've never done anything to
So
her.
was there like a live on my channel that was specific to you that I spoke badly about you? Because I'm really concerned though. I would love for
No, it wasn't
if it's
on your
evidence
live.
based, I'd like that. You know, can I
Yeah,
find it somewhere? Did I click a
it was
live, a link?
it was probably in the chat of Tracy. It's probably where I remember seeing it, but
I would love to
it
see
was
it.
upsetting. It was upsetting. I got so many screenshots of different people saying different things. I would have to go
Yeah.
back and look in my phone.
All
But
right, so maybe you could show those so we could have a follow up conversation because I love to see that.
okay. And
Hmm.
I know Miss Heatwave was speaking of me in her video. She I don't see her anywhere in the chat, but I just wanted to know was it if no one has done anything to you all specifically, was it you upset or y'all didn't like me because of Tracy?
Well, there are not people on here that I don't like. There are some people I don't like their behavior, and I have two people in particular. So I didn't know you were not a part of the list, but like this right now is like news to me. So that is
Mm-hmm.
why I would love to see the what's it called the evidence, because this is news to me that I didn't like you. This is like real news to me, and that is why
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out if it's Carrie or Carrie that you're speaking of.
It's not Carrie Cecil. That's how I remember who it was because it's your name has already been very Carrie, right?
No, it's been Carrie Ray, and then it's very Carrie.
Oh, okay. It's not Carrie Cecil though.
Yeah, but
I
I can't
remember it
recall.
wasn't.
I cannot recall speaking about you. So that is why I'd really love to see those screenshots and stuff so we could then say, okay, this is what she said. And I would also want to make sure it wasn't a troll page or anything. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ronnie, is that you?
Yes, this is me.
Okay. Yeah, so I would love to see that before I could like entertain that conversation, because I have to know about you to talk about you. And the only
Mm-hmm.
different and of recent, how did your name be mentioned at all is when I made a list of some of the mods or the people that Tracy has treated badly. So like I
Mm-hmm.
can't think of anything that I could have spoken about you unless I spoke about that whole situation with you taking your son to somewhere at that age when he was not ready.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Maybe when your son was calling you stuff when you were at the restaurant. But I don't like, I have to know about you to speak about you. So if I'm not
Okay.
around or here or see stuff, I can't speak on. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So that's all I
You,
was wanting to ask, but yeah.
Joyce,
See,
Yes.
and that's true because
this is
see
Ronnie Q.
how oh
Joyce, usually when someone makes me upset, I know why they make me upset. So I know you're going through some difficult times right now, and I don't think it's fair to come and say that Carrie said these things, but you can't even recall what these things are. I know we're not the same person, but it would be nice if you were going to come up here and state those things that you could be a little more specific about what was said, because to me it sounds like you are making things up
to, I don't know for what reason, and I'm not saying you're making it up, but it just sounds like you're saying it made you so upset, but you have nothing to say that she has actually said to you.
Yeah,
So
or at least
I
one
think you
thing.
get your ducks in a row before you come up here and say that type of stuff to people, because I am the type of person who like to work in facts and receipts, and I can tell you exactly what people did that has me really upset enough to click the link and discuss it with them. That's just me
Yeah,
personally.
because
I'm gonna go on mute.
when she said it, I was waiting to hear, okay, you said this or you said this. I was waiting for that. So I guess when she gets the evidence, we could probably look at it, and see what happened.
And to you,
And
Ronnie
and
Q,
and
I
and of course, the
understand
mod
what
stick
you're.
should accompany it, so I can know it's me, because it may have been when I was over there as a mod you may be speaking of. So make sure the mod
Hmm.
stick is with my name when you have the evidence so we could look at it.
Okay. Okay, but it's that's I understand what you're saying, Ronnie Q. But I still wanted to ask her questions, and for me to it did affect me. It kind of hurt my feelings because I had never did anything to Carrie. And like she said, I've listened to her. I've supported your channel since you became your own content creator. I just never dropped down in the chat, and when I tried to drop down the other day, I was blocked, so no one could see me. But it's not about me trying to come up here and start something. It's just about me coming up here asking a question and letting you know that when it happened, it did hurt my feelings because I fell out with Tracy. I didn't fall out with the pieces. You know what I'm
But nobody
saying?
said you were trying to start anything. And see, there you go again. Nobody said you were trying to start anything. So did you say anything negative to Carrie once you
No,
say that you saw these things that she was saying about you, or you still was okay with Carrie?
I was okay with Carrie. I just didn't understand where it was coming from.
So what took you so long to come to Carrie about these things that have you so upset?
Ronnie
And you
Q took the
saying
question.
and you're
You-
saying that you've been in her chat and you just noticed the other day that you were blocked. So when you were unblocked, how come you haven't addressed it then? Why are you waiting
I
till
haven't been
heat wave?
unblocked. I haven't been unblocked. I
You
just
said
said
that you were in her chat ever since she had her channel. And
I
the
said
other
I've
day
watched
is
her
when
ever since she had her channel.
and the
I've
other
been in her
day is when
clouds.
you noticed that you were blocked.
Yes,
That's
when
what you
I
said.
finally was about to jump in her chat and I noticed that I was blocked. What is what?
Okay. All right,
But the
Joyce.
thing, you took the question
But
out of my mouth, Ronnie Q, because I was
it's been
wondering, like,
bothering
how
you for
long
so
ago,
long.
how long
You
has it been,
and
And I'm
look how
also
long,
looking at my
Carrie.
block
How
list,
long have
and
you
she's
had your
not even a
channel?
part of the block list.
How long
It
have you
Almost
was
a
had your
year.
channel?
before. This
So
happened
Almost a
before
okay,
she
so
year.
had her
she's had her
channel.
channel for almost a year, and
It's
you
not
have
even.
been you.
Hold
She
on,
has
Ronnie
had her
Q,
channels for
because
almost a year, and you have been in her cloud. You say the whole while that she's had her channel, and now here today you're gonna drop down with some unspecific thing that Carrie allegedly said to you with no proof, no evidence, and you
not
can't even
said to
state the
me.
thing
I didn't say she said it
said
to me. It was
about you, but you can't even state the specifics of what was allegedly said about you from Carrie.
I
Joyce, you're reaching.
I'm
I
not
want to see
reaching. What is
She
it?
says she has some screenshots, so I'm
I
waiting
have
to see
I have
that. Let me know when you put it up so I can look at them and see the range beside my name. Also, I am looking at my block list, and you're also not a part of my block list, so I'm not necessarily sure if it's the right person. I don't know, but I definitely don't have your name as blocked, so I don't know.
I'm gonna step down. I'll be in the chat, Carrie.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm looking in my block list as we speak, and your name is not a part of it. So I'm not sure if it's the right person or if you're missing or if I'm missing something. But it's been, even if so be the case, it's been years. So is there a specific reason why you ask at this specific point? Is it a troll page that you had? Is it this one right here? Because I just recently started blocking people. Just recently. And I still don't have a lot of blocked people. I can't hear you. If you're responding, Joyce, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, guys? Let me know. Her microphone is not muted, but I can't hear her. Jill, you fell down. I thought you wanted to say something, Jill. Hey, Dovey. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey to those that I didn't say hi to. I may not have seen your name, but hey, everybody. I don't know if she's having problems with her audio. She may be, cause I can't hear nothing. She dropped down. Yeah, so like I was saying, maybe if I can actually like see those stuff, see if there were comments, during that time, that would be lovely. Hey Miss Wanda, hey everybody. Um Duchess says I saw Joyce's comment in the chat the other day. I don't know if it got deleted or she was blocked afterwards, but I do remember seeing it. So there, see there, look at that. I'm wondering what's going on. Are you sure? I'm asking again. Are you sure it's this person? Are you positive? Because there goes your name in the chat right there. And also, I looked at my block list and you're not blocked. Is it that you were trying to type in the chat or maybe your comments didn't go through? You got to also remember that comments don't always go through. And the mods also allow. So a lot of you who type in the chat, you may not see your comments. Sometimes they are withheld and the mods have to allow them to go through. Sometimes mods will see them, sometimes they don't. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes there's also what you don't know is that there's sometimes Google mods in the chats. So the moderators who are in the sector, they know about it, you know? So I guess that was solved. Okay. And also, when you get the chance, Joy, see if you could tell what is the specific reason at this moment why you decided to say something about it. Hey, Jill.
Hey, hon. I was like, it's getting heated up here. Let me drop down because
you
this is
thought it was
almost,
gonna get heated? Oh
no,
no.
yeah, it was just, didn't understand. And that's the thing about these uh apps. And when we're on live, things could be misread. People think you got an issue. But if you're modding, you're just modding. You say something, you may get blocked or you may get timed out, and people get offended, and it's no offense. They just following the content creators' orders. If they don't want certain things said or done in their chat, they're just doing their job. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's not personal,
Yeah, it's
but
kind of
I
like
agree with
the
everyone.
block.
If you come up and say why you think someone don't like you, or I don't know, I don't know, because I'm not gonna ever come up and say it. Because listen, I've learned, this is what I came up here to say. Is what I learned. Um, I learned that and I'm not gonna say sectors, different areas that you go in is different. And this is beyond me different. And I became to like a lot of content creators over here in the sector. And I do know that there is risk. And the more I'm learning more, just um be you, but you have to be, especially if you already have
Authentic.
a channel that you are out there, so you have a lot to worry about. You have to worry about the Dawson, you have to worry about the um people taking your statements wrong and getting mad or opinions, and especially if they don't know you. If they don't know you, they just might chew your head off. You know what I'm saying? Just be authentic and don't follow anyone, and don't fall so deep for the people you watching, because they have their own task of how they need to build their channel. You can't tell someone how they supposed to build their channel and for their channel to be prosperous. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difference of learning how to move and stick, and that's why, too much attachment is just not good.
Right. You're
So
so right, Jill. Be your authentic self. Be your authentic you. Be you. And don't allow people on here to influence you in any way, shape, or form. They're gone vibrant law. You know I'm mod still. These fingers still work really fast. I already
yeah,
got
so
a long time ago
you
on this
got
journey.
to you have to be mindful though. People are going to work their channels the way they want to. And you choose, like, you see the whole thing that pulled out here on 2022 about people wanting to be respected, people wanting to be noticed, people wanted a lot of people want a lot of things. And that's because as time go on, you want to do different things, and you acknowledge, like, I have my own voice, and a lot of people are scared to get up there because you're scared to be dots, right? So people are scared to press that button. So when you think about it, you just say, "Oh, I'm just gonna be here. I'm gonna mod. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna chat." And the same
Mhm.
thing for me coming over here, even though I have my own thing, but I came over here, because someone showed me, but I didn't have a manual of the beef sector. You know what I'm saying? And now I got more clarity of it. You listen, you just have to know when to just bow out, and you just have to know that, listen, you got to cut certain stuff off. Stuff is fun while it's going on, but then you also have to remember who you are. You know what I'm saying? And don't come on here being somebody else. So that's what I'm saying, being original with it. Be who you are. Don't change because you somewhere else in a different city. You should be the same person you are
Exactly.
wherever you show up at. And what you put up with, that should goes across your lifespan, on and offline. It shouldn't just be carp what you say it it shouldn't be sectioned off. We don't live as sectioned off. We don't section off our feelings. We do know where to react when it's in a predicament, and we still know that, why not be who you are? Don't come somewhere and change and just be because you got a right to be ratchet, or you got a right to be stuff, because people are watching you, and they curious of who the hell you are, right? So with that being said, I just learned to be really getting more quiet. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Get
And
quiet.
being more quiet and kind of just watching who I watch, and kind of being less vocal points, I think I want to say. I'm being less vocal where I am, because I know where I am. So sometimes it's not about I have a freedom of speech. Once you know an area, you just know when to back the hell up, right?
Exactly. And a lot of people were upset with me because I came on here saying I don't come on here to beef. I just want to come on here, do my thing, and get off. But some people are, oh, you're in the beef sector. You're going to beef. You have to beef. Don't come over here talking about you're doing this and you do. No, I'm going to stay who I always am. And I'm not putting on a show for everybody because then I'm going to have to learn to keep it up. And I don't know how to be fake. I don't know how to do it.
Right.
I will not be keeping up appearances for nobody at all. And I'm not trying to look numbers, so I'm not going to be up here trying to beef with people. So, ooh, I can get people over here to come watch me and that shit. Who has time for that shit? I don't got time for that. So I'm just coming on here doing my thing. It's quite unfortunate, the series of events. But then again, what is new? This happens. I gave this example yesterday. I gave yesterday or some time ago. I gave this example. One, those who were over there, over by Tracy's, let's say 2, 3 years ago, you know for a fact Pizarro used to be over there doing the same thing Paulette is doing right now, giving tea about what happens in different sectors. That's the same thing Pizarro used to be up there. She used to, have we used to listen to her and like that she used to come over there and talk about stuff that was happening. Goosey used to do it, especially when it came to the black sector and we didn't know what was happening. Goosey used to be up there doing the same thing. Look at the relationship or the YouTube ship she has with those very two same people right now. So who do you think is next in line? It's the same thing that's gonna happen. The same thing is going to happen to her. It's only going to take a little time before it happens. She does not know how to have genuine friendships with people, and that's her problem, not anybody else. Sometimes we got some really good people out here who want to help people, or may like people and just want to genuinely support. But because some people are so toxic and don't know nothing else or know any other way to be, they can't help themselves. So I have also learned, like I was saying before, don't get too attached to people. Don't fight other people's battles. Also, as a new content creator, don't let anybody try to run your platform and tell you how to do things. You know what I'm
But
saying?
see, the way I look at it is, Carrie, is that if I've been doing this and battling, because ain't nobody battling, I'm not taking up for nobody. If ain't nobody battling really but her really getting drugged through the mud. And I'm not gonna have someone come and control to how I am seeing how I want it to be done too. For my you gotta see it on the content creator because you do it as well. No one is gonna come tell you what to do on your platform.
Right.
You cannot tell someone how to do it, what to do it, and then when the pushback comes and all of the stuff, you can't do it because it's not possible because they have to battle. You don't. They have to get their name dragged out here every day. We don't. So, as the people who I speak in the cues of where I am, I can't look at it from that level. I have to look at it when I press this live button every day when I come on as how I'm going to fight this battle is what I'm trying to say. Is period. I'm not agreeing, disagreeing with anyone. But when it is you in that seat, that driver's seat, you have to take control. Like, how the heck am I gonna get these mofos off my back? I'm tired of getting dragged, or I'm tired of just different. I want to switch it to it don't even mean drag. It could be in different areas of it. I'm tired of being not having these kind of responses, so let me switch my commentary to this. And then your subscribers either going to leave or they just going to stay. That's usually how it works. If you switch a commentary and they don't like it, it is what it is, but you trying to switch it for a good or for your
Exactly.
benefit. So that's why it's very important not to get tied into get
Other
deep
people.
into feelings and getting
Hmm.
those kind of connections with content creators and subscribers. You can have a certain kind of level of relationships with them, but you can't control how they need to control that battleship. And I would
Yeah.
never, I could suggest stuff. I could go up there. Even when I came up here, I got ridiculed. Trying to say, well, maybe I like watching all of y'all, and I got tore up. Girl,
Yeah, and
I
I got
got
that's
out.
the same thing they did to me, Jill. They're like, she's coming over here acting all nice and stuff, and she's acting like she didn't see. This is the B sector, bitch. This is the
I
B.
got cursed out, or people started saying, "Get down, shut up, f you." And I see, and that's the thing. It showed me something, not to dislike the people who was telling me to shut up, but it was just saying, like, look, we like this. You move on. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, what do you do with that? as a content creator, I'm saying, not as us. What do you do with that? Do you sit there and say, well, I'm just gonna get less? No, not when you trying to bring content and doing your thing. I got ridiculed too, so it's okay sometimes.
But I
I
don't
just
let
feel like
nothing hurt
when
me
you have
though.
a relationship, it's called communication and stuff like that. And I understand sometimes it doesn't happen because when you are in a control suite, you just like, well, you got your eye on this right now,
Mm,
but it's okay. I'm not
yeah.
destroying anything. I'm just saying how I felt. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry. I
understand.
don't mean no harm, but I got ridiculed. So,
Yeah, I get it. I understand, and I try to think about other people's feelings and try to always think about the two parties involved, you know. But I understand. We just have to understand to not get too involved in people's business on here. Trust
yes.
and believe. Trust and
Yes.
believe. And that is why to this day nobody could ever, I saw this comment right here, but you'll see for yourself, I'll never make up with that girl because she doesn't add or subtract to my life. So I don't feel like I'll be gaining anything if I talk to her. And that is why when everything started happening, I didn't care enough to talk to her. I don't care because I have power over my own life. And if I don't feel like
Amen.
going back and forth with you or hearing what you're saying, I don't have to because I have my device. I knew I unsubscribed. I clicked on that thing that says don't do not recommend, and I'm good. Unfortunately, I saw something the other day, but it still is what it is. I don't gotta go over there and watch you. I don't have to keep up with what is going on to know what you're doing so I can feel some kind of way. No, there are so many other things you can see on my community wall. I have other things that I watch on here. I watch a lot of comedy and skits and those types of things that make me happy and stuff. I don't got time for this type of foolishness. If you really check it out and step back a little bit, sometimes it's really so childish the things that happen on here. It
Oh,
really
this is
is.
very childish. That what
Hmm.
is going on right now? I feel like I'm back in high school or elementary, more like, and junior high schoolish, not elementary.
Right?
Junior high school, high
It feels
schoolish,
that way.
and
And I was always
not
the one on the
necessary, but
outside
if
looking
you
in,
gotta
Jill.
remember, the more you talk, the more they gonna talk. If you keep it going on and keep mentioning, they're gonna keep mentioning
Hmm.
because it's going to be a recycle. Somebody has to stop. So every day, and especially when you watch people continuing and continue, and someone's
Hmm.
trying to be quiet, this person trying to be quiet, and then it
Hmm.
keep going on and go. And so it's like you have to press the stop button, especially if you really say you felt for something or
Hmm.
someone. You got to put the button and just say stop because it's going to continue. And of course, no one over here wanted to not continue because it gives them commentary. So that's where I
Exactly.
don't know. I'm getting familiar with that. And as I see it, that's how it is. It gives someone else something commentary. So they're going to keep it up. And if you get up there, they're going to start asking the question and they're going to start doing this. And then it goes back in and then somebody else have to respond. It's like a back and forth stuff. And it's just not worth it when, especially if you feel like you really, really have a relationship is all I gotta say. I don't get involved in all this. All I wanted to just be peace, just
Yeah.
like God dang, like this don't have to be even it doesn't have to be a massacre.
Exactly. Some
Because
things
we
do
all know
not
what
have to
each
go that
party
far.
gives, it doesn't have to be a massacre. It just have to be like I'm done, and
You're
especially when
done.
I'm done and
Walk
I'm
off.
over with somebody, I'm not
Hmm.
gonna continue talking about you. I'm gonna be
Exactly.
honest. When I'm done with something, I'm done.
Exactly. And to me, it's a way of protecting your energy, protecting your peace. Some people may see it as you're being, you're what they call it, malice, or you're being
Nah, I'm
whatever
done.
word they
I'm
want to use.
done.
But if
Shit.
I'm done and and you be hearing people, but what can you make up and stuff? And I'm like, no, maybe it was for the best that sometimes these things happen. because it then lets you get the opportunity to step back and look, you know, and assess the
Absolutely.
situation and say, no, maybe this is was a blessing, so you can
Absolutely.
get yourself
When I'm
away
done
from
with
the
something, I'm
situation
done.
and
I'm done,
protect your
because I
energy,
don't
protect your
be,
peace.
yeah, I don't do that. I do that with my family. I do it with anybody who I come in on here. I'm done. I'm done. Like, I'm not, yeah, I ain't fitting to do that. First of all, I ain't making no ass out of myself. Okay? Not just
Yeah,
really going back and forth. 'Cause just look, kid, it's just childish. It's kitty. We are
it
grown
is.
folks here. Let's get into the grown folks of the things. Like what grown people do. If that's what you do, I don't want no parts of that. And
And
you get
sometimes
tired,
it's
you want to hear
communication that's
something
the
different.
issue. It's communication and comprehension that's the problem. People don't know how to comprehend. People don't know how to communicate, effectively. They just want to go scrapping with each other and stuff, or talking about people to try and turn somebody against somebody else and all of that shit. I don't do those stuff. I don't got time for it. It's too much. There's too much happening in the real world out there. I don't do that type of thing.
But
So,
you know what
and
we
I don't
are,
think I'll start
Carrie,
right
as
now.
I saw. That's what they said. Well, what we are, that's what it is. Christmas ain't gonna bring you gifts. It's gonna bring you coals over here, girl. I
Listen,
say,
and
I'm just
watch
saying,
and see what's gonna happen
girl.
for
But
the
I
rest of
love,
the
I
year.
love watching everybody. I'm
I know
equally.
you do because you're everywhere, Jill. Well, most
I
places I've
do, and
seen
I
you.
watch, and I try to be respectful, and
Hmm.
and now I just pull back a lot because, I get it. Everybody don't want to hear your opinion, and everybody don't want to. I'm gonna speak when I want to speak, but sometimes it's best to be quiet and just
Exactly.
enjoy the commentary. I sit in
Hmm.
Ronnie Q's. See, this is example. That young lady who came up here, I thought young Ronnie Q didn't like me, honestly, since I last spoke. But I be in Ronnie Q's and I sit there and I listen and I enjoy her commentary. I don't come down here disrupted like, why you don't like me? Why this and that? Look, I don't care. I don't care. If you don't, you don't. If you do, you do. Don't be so invested in the areas. I'm learning people have me blocked, and I ain't think I did anything to
Girl,
certain people.
welcome.
So
Welcome to
I
the
didn't
block
even
party,
think I did
girl.
anything, but I'm not gonna be, oh, they blocked me and going all crazy because it's just I'm here to really just listen to the entertainment.
Yeah,
And
I've
I'm
been
so
blocked
glad
because of
that
Tracy.
huh?
I've been blocked because I was a moderator over by Tracy. A lot of people had me blocked because they don't like her. And then you had some people who are her new soldiers, so they may be seeing stuff and they're taking up her fight, and they block you too. But guess
Oh,
what?
that's stupid. That's
It
stupid.
doesn't take anything for her to start talking at you, because if she'll do certain, think about it, if she'll do certain things to people who are nice or close to her,
Hold
what
on.
would she do to
Behind the
you?
bar.
You know
Stop
he's
being
no. You
messy
see,
down there, you messy. Why would she hop on the panel? Cause I ain't got no beef with no Ronnie Q. So why she gonna come up here? You are so messy behind the bar. Okay? I was just speaking real things like that. When you think like that and then you react, I would never just go at Ronnie Q. Like I used to be over in all the time, in Dutch it's Kelly Loves live. Like she's in there. We could exist and not
yeah,
exist. Lord,
that's
please
behind the
stop
bar
being
for
messy
you.
down there. But the behind the bar, now I'm learning you. I learn who you are and how you move. So see how I'm not getting offensive because I can't tie stuff to foolishness. That's all I want to say. And
Yeah.
that's all. I'm just learning how to get along to not get along, and people are not going to respect your opinion. People are not going to respect you, period, if they don't know you. And it's okay, long as you be respectful though, and not disrespect me. Now you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect your ass back, okay? But I'm not I'm not here for that. I'm not. I'm just here to enjoy everyone's content. That's all, Carrie. And
Yeah,
thank
I
you so much
understand.
for having me up
I
here.
appreciate you for coming up and giving us your perspective, your opinions, and actually telling us what you've learned from, what we're seeing here. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I
You're
appreciate
welcome, and I'll be back in the chat, girl.
it. Okay, girl.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question still remains, what's next? We're watching to see the developments here as it relates to this whole situation with heat wave. I can only hear commentary from the channels that I watch, and I can only hear commentary from heat wave because I refuse to go to some channels. Okay. So I will keep up with that. So we're trying to figure out, what do you think is gonna happen next with heat wave and the lady over there and the whole situation right now that has come up. What is gonna happen? Is it gonna be a nasty fallout? Is it gonna be a case where they're just gonna stop and end right there, and nothing else is gonna come up? Yeah, Ronnie Q, she's gonna it's a possibility that she'll do it. I don't put nothing past her. I don't put nothing past her at all. She's the type of person who will dox you because she's miserable. She'll do it. I don't put nothing past nobody on here. It is unfortunate, but the good thing is that Heatwave says she doesn't necessarily care. So, or the fact of the matter is that she knows that these are some of the things that happen on here. I knew it. I just knew from the moment I was hearing that heat wave could not get. But that girl is so disingenuous. She's something else. Because if you don't want to talk to heat wave anymore, or you're upset because of something that she did or something that you heard from somebody, if you're so upset, why didn't you say it directly to her and say, I don't want to talk to you much about it anymore. We probably have to stop talking. You something. Be direct. Just be direct. Oh, I'm hearing about messaging before calling and stuff. You could have just been direct. Try to be direct. That's all. That would have solved a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying? It would have solved a lot of problems. Just be direct and stop being one of those types of persons who you just strive, you just enjoy doing certain things that'll cause well, some kind of chaos, some type of some cussing out has to come out of it. You know? There's just so you could have fixed that. And the fact of the matter is, if you notice, people are here, they don't have to, because when I really come to think of it, that's a whole stranger there. Her family should have been dealing with her, or friends or whatever. We're strangers on here, going out of our way to help, to try to figure out how to help you, and then you come out trying to find problems and listening to people. Oh, she had people on her panel doing this when you were in locked up. Look at Vic. Vic had the racist over there. Vic had the racist over there conducting a whole interview and almost took the racist side. But who is she friends with? Vic. So a few people said what they felt like saying. That's fine. That is how I run my channel. Carrie. The name of the channel is very Carrie, very me. It's me and what I want to do. You may not want to do it on your channel. Don't do it on your channel. How about that? You see what I'm saying? I didn't ask for you to tell me what to do on my channel. I can't go over anybody else's channel and tell them what to do on it. How does that work? I don't stalk my chat and get frustrated after every one word or sentence somebody says. I don't got time to talk about that shit. I don't do that. I don't do that. So when I'm seeing or people, their subscribers, their content creators talking about, oh, and I even saw it because I was looking at one of the old videos today, one of my old videos when I'm gonna put the link in so you can get the timestamp and go look at the chat, go look at who was on the live at the time and see what people were saying. They just wanted something to be mad about. They just wanted something to be mad about. And I can't help you. I say it all the time, misery loves company. You're miserable inside and you want to make sure somebody else is feeling the same way you do. And that is it. Look at that. Eclectic Soul says, I unsubscribe from Vic for that very reason. You see that? And that is one of the reasons why we must not work up ourselves about content creators. Because he was over there interviewing the racist at the time, talking about Tracy. But guess what? One of the main things people had to say was, "Oh, your moderator was doing this, and your mod. How many times does Vic travel on her panel, visit her panel?" And he was one of the ones who was believing the guy and talking about Tracy and whatever. So it's amazing the things people do, and it's amazing the things people pay attention to or make a mountain out of a molehill. You see what I'm saying? Yes, Ken. They find it very hard to be direct. Right behind the bar, I live in a coconut tree. Yeah, he's friends with her now. There we go. And you'll be there battling it out for people, and then the same people you're battling it out for, they become friends, and then you look like a fool. You see what I'm saying? So just be mindful of that while you are here on the streets. You know? You think it's not worth it, Ms. Wana? I hope it doesn't get too out of control, to be honest. I hope it doesn't get too out of control. And I bet she didn't even watch that video that Vic did. I bet she didn't, but I bet she was told where to go look at Carrie's video. Oh, Carrie was doing this and Carrie was doing that. Oh no, but Carrie wasn't trying to get you out. Excuse me? She wasn't trying to get you out though, huh? But you want to go and talk and hear about what Carrie was doing. Oh wow, she's in jail now. Let me see if I could fire up a live so people can talk bad about her. That's the impression some people gave, you know? But it is what it is. Who cares? The hell? The hell I look like worried about some stranger who I don't even know, never gonna see, never gonna meet. You know what I'm saying? Girl, please. I don't got time for that shit. I know how to detach myself from virtual. Ooh, Dovey says it's time for a temperature check. Right, Miss Wanda, I hope it doesn't go too bad because I don't want heat wave to be, like getting upset about this thing because this thing can really, like end actually. Maybe if the lady does or says something about you, heat wave, you could probably respond. I don't know if heat wave is in here, but I'm just saying you don't have to respond. Um, she's shown, in my opinion, from the little that I heard from your end and from other content creators that I watch, from what I'm seeing is that leave it alone behind the bar. Leave it alone behind the bar. From what I'm saying is from what I see, Heatwave, you were doing what a true friend will do. Well, let me use the word supporter. A supporter will do. I'm not using the word friend. You did what anybody who was supporting somebody would do. You tried to use whatever resources you had. You were even so willing to give up money to help this person. You were doing all you could do within your power. And this is how the person sees you at the end of it all. They didn't even care. So at the end of the day, you already know what direction that is going. And the fact of the matter is, they don't have your number as they claim, or they don't know how to reach you. But then, because of some drama or because of commentary you gave on your own channel, they then decide to put your name in the title for you to click the link. Hold on, let me drop the link. You see what I'm saying? So we got to just take things for what it is, see it for what it is, and just know that at the end of the day, it shows you that you are a good person, Heatwave, and it just shows others not to ever take the bait again if something comes up and she needs help, not to put yourself in the situation. Let her figure it out herself as per usual or whatever, you know. You will know how to make your decisions. You still will be the type, the genuine, kind-hearted person you are. Well, all you got to know right now is to be careful of how much you give of yourself. how much time you dedicate to people, how much you care about people. You got to pull back, scale back a little bit. Hold on. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Hey, mind your own. Thank you for coming up.
Hey, how are you? I just want to say I can't see the
Good.
chat when I'm talking, so maybe that's not a bad thing. Yeah, from what I recall, when that whole thing was going down, you and Heatwave weren't on here very often. Um, you may have come on twice, and your
Yeah.
details were very general,
Mm-hmm.
but neither of you had much to say. So I think it's very interesting that now people are spinning different narratives altogether, um, and that some are so willing to listen to those
Yeah.
who weren't behind her um, for a long time.
Yeah, because all of that was happening, people behind the scenes, and nobody decided to speak on it because, it just wasn't something like certain things weren't, you didn't need to speak on at the time because you're just focused on trying to, at the moment it happened, because I was just thinking to myself, what would I feel like if I got locked up? You know how police officers treat black people. So I was just thinking about that and feeling some type of way for her and stuff. And I was just, first of all, my first instinct said she got one phone call, she could call her family. So I'm saying that would be the first point of that would be the first person you would think of that would help. But then I wasn't hearing and we weren't knowing what was going on. I'm like, listen, let's see what we can do. That's where my head was at. Cause I really felt, genuinely felt some type of way, when I heard about it. But that, at the end of the day, some of the details and stuff concerning it, I didn't come on here saying it. Matter of fact, I was dealing with my own issues at the time, which were far greater than hers. She put herself in there, as a matter of fact, come to think of it. So I was dealing with my death, my life, my travels to the hospitals, my having to see and experience things that I wasn't ready for. You see what I'm saying? So I wasn't, I didn't donate to it. No, I didn't.
Right.
And I
You,
did, and I definitely didn't call. I'm sorry to cut you, mind your own. And I definitely didn't collect any money. Definitely wasn't gonna do that shit. And some people were upset with me that I wasn't putting out her Cash App. Now, how was she gonna access Cash App in the jail?
this is true when you don't have a phone. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, you and Heat Wave, if I recall, and my memory's not that bad yet. You didn't have much to say, quite honestly. So, like I said, it's really interesting, but not surprising that people are on here creating and spinning different stories and no one cares to listen, especially the person that's been affected the most. There was a live today, and this individual is calling doctors and so forth and whatever to
Oh,
verify what she was doing.
oh,
And not everybody brings their business to
hmm.
YouTube. And I do remember that some people were saying different chats, well, what is Carrie doing? What is Heatwave doing? What are her core moderators doing? Um, but like you say, this is really a family matter, right? The
Yeah.
first person you should get in contact with is your family, for people, not
Yeah,
person.
that's the first thing you would think about when you go to jail. Wouldn't it be your family or your close friends? Would you want strangers in a virtual on an app to be the first point to help you? But that just goes to show how much people actually do, they can actually care for people, but then some people just doesn't have it within them to reciprocate this type of thing. You see what I'm saying? They don't know
Right,
how
but
to
then
do
my
it.
question is, why can't you go to your family? Um, if
Good
you can't,
question,
if
girl.
you cannot go to your family, then there's a problem somewhere.
Why couldn't you call your family? Is a really, really good question. That's the you hit the right question. And why didn't you want your family to know? That's another good question. Okay.
Yeah, because I think that some families, like my own, they would be prone to say, especially if it's over nonsense stuff like this online, why did you put yourself in that position?
Right.
Um, Especially when you're a certain age, right? You should know better. They would chastise, but they would get you out.
Mm, yeah.
So if you've burnt that bridge, I don't know. I come from a strong family, and anytime I've ever needed, I can pick up the phone and have, on many occasions, called my parents. But if you've burnt that bridge with aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, whatever the case might be, then that says an awful lot about you if you're having to depend on strangers. Now, I get some families are incredibly dysfunctional. So I get why people would isolate themselves from dysfunctional families. We all have a degree of dysfunction in our family.
Hmm.
But to the point where you're relying on people online, I don't know. No close friends at all, offline. And I don't know. To me, that's very, it's not interesting, it's weird.
Yep. Very weird. You are so right. It's weird. The if the series of events, it's been quite interesting, and I've just been watching, listening to those who I watch. That is, so I'm really, to be honest, I'm really hoping that this dies down really quick for Heat Wave's sake. You know, I'm hoping it ends real quick and it doesn't have to get too messy because we've seen this is just a pattern. This is just something that continuously happens with this one individual. This is just a day in the park for some people. And for like people who are genuine, you know, hold on. We got somebody in the back. Hold on. Make the monkeys. Damn. Oh Lord, poor you. You might know. What's the
Listen,
name
listen.
behind the bar?
I have so many questions, yo. So many
Say hi.
questions.
We got somebody on the panel.
Ha,
Did
ha,
Hi.
mind your own business, Carrie. I'm talking to mind your own. How you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, how are you?
Good, 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 good. See, I like you have the green badge. What are some advantages of having a membership on Very Carrie's channel? Mind your own.
That's a good question. Go ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, there's
Say
no
the truth,
perks.
mind your own.
It's
Mr. Behind the
99
bar,
cents.
messy.
I'm
I
asking a
haven't started.
question.
She go ahead, mind your own.
It's 99 cents.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's
That's
a
reasonable.
99 cents membership. Ow. And I haven't started doing my perks yet. It'll start in December. Thank you for reminding me to say that. Cause like how you're up here. Do you have memberships right behind the bar?
I'm eligible, but I don't. I rather not charge my members to watch my content and stuff like that.
I need to know from somebody how to do like membership lives because I came on here one Saturday trying to do a membership live, but I don't see how to do it with StreamYard, so I was trying to do it with YouTube. So I did a test. Um I don't know if I did anything wrong because I deleted the live anyway. But I was doing a test, but I don't see there's no way to like upload stuff or like how you use StreamYard. You can't put stuff on the screen and all of that shit. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out like what to do or how I can connect some streaming app to it. I don't know. But I start doing my memberships in December, hopefully. My perks.
Okay, okay. My
Yeah.
question to you, Carrie, is this: You've been Tracy has been Tracy as long as I can remember online. The doxing, the lying, the messiness, all this other bullshit. and you knew about all her messiness and everything like that. Why did you support her for 3 years, knowing the type of wicked person that she is? I don't get it. Shouldn't you be held
Because
accountable for some of the things that she did because you supported
well,
and backed her
people
up?
well hear this part because you've asked me this before. The important thing is, was I supporting her when she was doing certain things like the doxing and all of those stuff? Was I supporting her? Was I supporting those parts? What one of the main reasons why I started watching Tracy, because she came across my timeline. Well, I did see her first live, but the main reason why I watched Tracy, to be honest, was because she used to do something called the news. So she was known as the quote unquote the quote news lady unquote. And because I don't watch like a lot of channels because of work, I don't have the time to like go to a lot of channels. So she would come to her channel and speak about some of the things that are happening all over the sector. You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the main reasons that I used to watch her. So she was never like this.
Similar to something that you do now. That's what you do now. Everything
Oh
that you
hell
just said just
no.
now. No, this is what you
Mm-mm.
do. I come to you for the news on the sectors. Absolutely.
You
But continue.
trust and believe behind the bar. You're not start get off of the news yet. I just trust and believe there's a lot going on out there. I may cover like 10% over here. Trust and
But you
believe.
still come. But the
You
facts
got to go over the
remain.
spaceship to get all the news.
The facts still remain that you're doing what you used to do as far as covering the news over here
Not
in the
really.
sector.
I wouldn't say that. Mm-mm.
Absolutely. But continue.
Absolutely. You have to see those first lives or videos to be able to understand. She would actually come on here and do the news and say what happened in this over this panel that, so she would give like a breakdown. So I would then say, okay, so I'll hear about stuff that happened. Or then it'll also let me in turn go find those channels of those people who she's talking about. You see what I'm saying?
So very
So
curious. You don't cover beef sector news. Is that what you're telling me?
who covers beef sector news? I'll talk about some of the stuff that happens sometimes, but I don't go out my way to cover beef sector
You
news.
even had a sector when you even had a section on your channel where you was teaching people how to speak patois, and
Of
one of the
course.
things was like today in beef sector news, and you was trying to teach. See, don't play with me. I got the receipts. Don't play with me. Okay?
Oh Lord, that one time, boy,
Don't
boy,
don't don't do that. Don't do that.
that beef
See,
sector news that was supposed to be hilarious. I'm
that's
watching
when I
stuff
got
in the
introduced to
sector,
you. That's when I
but
got
I
introduced to you around
that
that
was a
time.
one off. That was one off. I was being funny. That was a one off thing. So because most of us watched the beef sector, and something was happening in the sector at the time, I'm like, today on beef sector news, this is what happened. So we did that in Pato. But I'm glad you observed that. I do other content. That's the good part.
You are a reporter of the beef
Exactly.
sector news. I learn a lot about what goes on the beef sector when I tune into Very Carey's live. These are facts.
You think so? Mind your own. What do you think?
I would agree with the bar.
Really? Let me see what the chat thinks. Now this is interesting. I have never really looked at it that way. Just comfort zone, Cly, heaven sent, everybody in here. Do you think so? Do you agree with behind the bar? Now you got me thinking. Let's see what's going on. So mind your own says she agrees. You want to tell why you agree? Mind your own, and let me see the chat in the meantime.
You covered the beef sector news without being messy. Um,
She's 3% messy. Mind your own. She admits that she's 3% messy,
right.
and she's very passive aggressive with how she's messy. So I will say that she does have a dab of messy with her, but she does it in a way of kind of being unbiased, like we spoke about yesterday. But yes, Very Carey is a little bit messy.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh
You have to be
wow.
to exist in this sector, right?
Wow, Jill's comfort zone also totally agrees. And here I was thinking I go to the spaceship, I listen to Deanna, I listen to sometimes Lady Nee. It depends on who at the time. And here I was thinking I was getting the news and all of that stuff over to other channels. Sometimes the pastor will have it. Kwani, I don't cover half the stuff. Oh wow, this is interesting. I did not even think about it that way. What are you saying to me?
I'm surprised you sound. I'm surprised you're surprised.
Oh my goodness. But you know what? I'll talk about certain topics, but I don't like cover like everything because I could never because I don't got the time. Trust and believe. In order to do beef sector news, you gotta watch like a lot of different channels and stuff going on. Most of the things that I talk about, I would hear it on another channel and talk about it. Ooh,
I will
everybody,
witness. I will
one
witness
person
you.
disagrees.
Yeah, because they're just a biased fan. But I witness you while on live, go on mute, and go on other people's live to eavesdrop and be
I
nosy
sure
to see what's going
do.
on.
I
So
sure do. I
so
sure do.
that proves my point. You know,
I'll
but
be in here and
and
Dovey's
that
live, and I'm like,
debunks
let
and
me go
that
look.
debunks PDP's statement right there. He says that people bring the news to you, and that's not true. You go find the news and bring it to us. This is facts, and I appreciate you for that.
I did
Um,
not think about. So you're saying you get the news here? Hmm.
Absolutely. I don't tune into
Okay.
most of those people you talk about. I come over here and get my daily dose of tea from Carrie, and it is what it is. But I'm be honest with you. I'm not really too familiar with who that character is, Tracy. Right, as far as the history before six
Right.
months ago. So my question to you is, why did she get locked up and go to jail? I don't even know the story behind it. All I know is some YouTube shit. What happened?
I dismissed it and I don't even remember. I'm gonna have to go back and watch my own live to remember what happened.
What
But
the
it had
hell?
something to do. I don't remember everything because at one point I even had the charges and stuff that I saw on the site. But I don't have it anymore because I really didn't care about her like that. I deleted that from that time that it happened. How many months ago was that? But I do know it had something to do with harassment. That's the most I
Okay.
remember. I do remember that. I don't know who it is or was, but I know for a fact that harassment was one of the charges that I saw. But if I had known that some mess was gonna come up, I would have kept all of those stuff. Shoot. But it is what it is. I had seen what was going on. And matter of fact, not just me seeing what was going on, I didn't care that much to like keep that type of info and stuff because it wasn't like really important to me. But like I was saying before, though, behind the bar, when I started watching her, it was for me, I was just keeping up with stuff happening in the sector. So she would give a layout of stuff that happened, and I'd be like, okay. Then I remember even one day she was talking about something about somebody. I don't know if you know about Sean Bradley, and that's how I found his channel. So she will talk about people, and then you get the info. Because I don't have time to run around, to so many channels. So I would just get it there. So that's why I started supporting her over there. That's how I really started being there because we used to like for those who support her how she gave the news at the time. Most of those channels are down, so you're not gonna see it. So that's how that started with the
Oh,
doxing and all of those other toxic type vile behavior. I didn't support it, and I think she got upset with me saying it over here on my channel because of course she felt some type of way that there was an audience hearing me say that I don't support everything she does. But she's not she would just look at the negative aspects, the negative side of that statement. When I say I don't support everything she does, but I do, support her and like her, but I don't like everything she does. I think she got upset about me saying that, but it's just me saying the truth because I don't support, doxing people's children or, going to find people's homes and all of that type of shit. There are certain things I don't care about.
but let me say something, right? At the time while you were supporting her and she was doing all those things, by you not publicly calling her out and not supporting her for doing that type of stuff, you still, in a sense, hold responsibility by still supporting her after doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing I don't really understand with some
Well,
people. How
I can see why you say that. I can see that.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like that was my issue with Heat Wave, and we all see how that went down. I'm like, how can you support somebody like her and she was defending her and everything like that? We know the entire story, and then until it happened to her, that's where she wants to go online and cry and make all types of different videos about how she feel betrayed and all this other bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is.
Do
Is
you
it
have
true that
people?
Go ahead.
Do you have people that you like, but you don't appreciate everything they do, but you see other qualities in the person that you like?
All right. So the thing about me is that I call out everybody for their bullshit on the internet. You know, those of you that know anything about me, I call out everybody, which is a reason why I'm not really too liked on the internet because I don't really bite my tongue. You know, if I see somebody, whether I support them or not, on some bullshit, I'll say it. You know, and I usually get in trouble for it because th- there's a silent thing on the internet that you're supposed to keep silent when people do function on the internet if they're well known or they're popular and you're not allowed to speak up for it. But I'd rather stand on what's right than what's you know because I support somebody. If I can't support somebody doing stupid shit on the internet. There's certain things I don't even allow in my chat or on my panel. I would kick you off if you're doxing people in my chat. You're doxing people on the live. I'll kick you off my panel until you never come back.
Yeah,
You know.
I get that. And I can see why you, because you're not the only one who thinks that way, because you're saying, oh, you were supporting her when she was over there doing those types of stuff. And I can see and I can acknowledge and understand where you're coming from or where other people are coming from, because I was over there when
Right.
certain things were happening. But
Right.
yeah, I'll see,
So
because I've seen even some people say that too. Go
is
ahead.
it true that Heat Wave came over to your the first time she came over to your channel when everything happened? I was in and out the chat. Was she in tears, like literally crying over Tracy, or is that just a rumor?
She was upset and she started to, and I had to nip that shit in the bud.
Oh wow,
And
wow,
some people when they're upset they cry. Like
wow.
before a fight or before they, you know. But she was pretty much hurt about
Right.
some. I don't remember what specifically we were talking about, but it did happen the other day. Yeah, that's the same day that Diva came on here. But I had to
Okay.
stop her like real quick. I'm like, you're not gonna come on here crying, because I don't want to hear sound bites of her anywhere crying over this mutt that don't care about nobody but herself. You know, that lady would never shed a tear for you, for Heatwave. So I don't want Heatwave wasting her tears on her.
By you
She
coming on
doesn't
here,
care.
by you coming on here and telling me that you never gave her your personal number, you never donated to her, you never contributed to her bond or everything like that, it kind of shows me that deep down inside, you know that she was a piece of shit. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, you had to pretend to be, someone
No,
who's
not
okay.
pretend. I was genuinely trying to, but the money at the time, Heatwave had already decided to do it. So when he asked if I donated towards it, I said no. So
Right.
Heatwave was the one who was gonna cover it.
Is there a reason
Um,
why you felt like you couldn't
the
contribute to the
number
bond?
part, the come again.
Is there a reason why you felt as though like you didn't want to help her with her bond, or was there a reason?
It's not that I did not want to. I was dealing with something at the time that if I wanted to, I couldn't, because that came too suddenly, and I would much
Gotcha.
and I had stuff to deal with.
Understand.
Let's put
Understand.
it that way.
You didn't have the
So
money. You didn't have the money, right?
I had other things purchasing,
That's
and
because
I
you.
would
That's because you're buying.
and I
That's
would
because you
much
drive around. That's because you drive around in the brand new 2022 Mercedes Benz. That's the
and
problem.
so
And
I
you own
was
two
I
houses.
I had stuff going on, and I had to choose between me and
I
her,
understand. I
and
understand.
I
I
chose
understand.
me.
And as you should. As you should.
Yeah, so that is why when you asked me if I donated, I said no. Yeah,
Got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. Got you.
I chose
You.
me.
You know me. I'm a wannabe journalist, so that's why I'm always asking a bunch of questions.
But I did genuinely want to help her to come out, though. That is one of the reasons why I, you know, was working with the other persons involved, the other parties, to see what we could do. You know,
One thing you
hey,
said earlier.
not did it, and the part about her number, I think it was during that time with the whole Goosey thing. I don't think she liked the idea that Goosey was doing, saying stuff on the panels and when she was here and whatever. So she gave me her number as like, if anything came up and I wanted to talk to her, I could or whatever. But I didn't call her because I am not the type of person who constantly be behind the scenes, like talking to people and stuff. Because I've been around long enough. It doesn't matter how much I like you and whatever. I've been around long enough on here to hear about people and phone conversations. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of
Mhm.
fact, I didn't see the need to. So if something came up and I would have needed to speak to her, if it was necessary, I would have called. But at that moment, no. Mm-mm. Isaiah,
I want to predict something. I want to predict something, Carrie.
mm-hmm.
My prediction is before the end of the year that Heat Wave will go back over to Tracy and Heat Wave will forgive Tracy before the end of the year. That's my prediction.
I agree.
You think so? Well, you
Yeah.
predicted that it was gonna they were gonna fall out. So you're changing your
Yeah,
mind. They're
yeah.
gonna be friends again.
After hearing that
Mind
she
your
came
own
over,
agrees too.
yeah, I heard her. Shout out to Mind Your Own. After me hearing that you said that she was over here in boohoo tears and crying, and you had to try to nip it in the bud, shows me that she's weak.
Mhm.
Weak.
Did I
Nah.
stutter?
You can't call nobody from no Caribbean island weak. You better be. Ooh. Hey, beef sector cliques. You cannot call her weak for that. She may have had a moment, and especially I try to tell you that same day, was it the following day after that? She's dealing with something behind the bar. Didn't you hear that part? And
Yeah,
emotions may have heightened
We are
emotions.
all dealing with things, especially nowadays. We are all dealing with
Did
things.
you
Period.
not hear what she was specifically? Did you hear what she was dealing with in
No,
that
I did not.
same time?
What did she say she was dealing with?
He would have just buried somebody. Was it yesterday or the day before?
I believe it was the day before.
So the day when she was that day on the panel, I think it was the following day that she had that funeral. You know, she had a lot going on, and I'm like, I'm wondering if it's because of that whole thing. You know, she how she's feeling and stuff, and then this
So
added to
so
it
here
that
here's
she
how my
didn't.
brain
Hold
here's how my
on,
brain works. I'm
hold
sorry. I'm
on.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so
So
sorry.
I don't know what happened because it could be I'm not judging it. It could be because of the situation why she was crying. It could be because of how emotional she was or at the time. But I think what happened also took her by surprise too. And she was dealing with you know, that plus that. I don't know if I got the days right for the funeral and stuff, but I know it was, close to that day.
And
But
here's how my brain works, Carrie. I'm sorry. You
mhm.
finished?
No, go ahead.
Here's how my brain works. If she dealt with, and I'm not saying that she's lying, but if you're dealing with somebody that you just lost and that the person is close to you, the last thing I'm gonna do is on YouTube listening to gossip and bullshit. I'm too worried about trying to, bury my loved one and mourn and everything like that. Not be on YouTube crying over Tracy. She should be crying over the person that she had to bury. And I mean that by all due respect. People priorities is all messed up. And I like
I
the
get
word
it.
that you use. I like the word that you use, and you said these relationships on YouTube, they're YouTube ships. You know what I'm saying? Like I never heard nobody use that term. I don't know if you stole that from
That
somebody or
the
that's
woman
yours.
used that term. That woman used the term.
Oh, well,
I call it
damn,
situationships.
damn, you stole everything from her. But anyways, back to what
Not
I was saying.
oh Lord, I forgot. Situation. I call them I call them situationships.
Well, I heard
That's
you
what
say
I
YouTube
call
ships,
them.
and I like that. So these YouTube shits, people put too much energy in these YouTube shits. This app is supposed to be, well, at least the sector and everything like that. It's supposed to be for people's entertainment. I done heard that there's people out there getting body cam footages of other content creators getting arrested. The content
Yep.
creators brandishing weapons on the internet. I'm hearing this and I'm hearing that, and this is like some bootleg reality show that nobody is really getting any real money off of. So people are just so bored with their life that they log into this app every day, and it's almost like they're looking for trouble. And you made a great point earlier about even with Tracy, right? She only follows channels and seeks out channels that is deal with negativity and drama. This is how she
Hmm.
makes her coin.
So she could be in the limelight at all times.
Yes, she has to be in the know. She has to get the tea. You know what I'm saying? And that could be good and a bad thing. For example, if she's trying to build her brand up to the point where she could become the next Tasha K or Wendy Williams, and it's to the point where it's a real bag involved, and this is her niche and people come to her for the tea and the gossip, then I get it. But the way she's going about doing it is the wrong way because it's a difference between being a journalist looking for a story and a tea than somebody that's so deep involved in the negativity that it affects them in a real personal life. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Hold
the
on one
part
second.
that's scary.
1 second. Do you want to be on camera, Joyce? I cannot hear you. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't put you up. Do you want to be on camera?
No.
All right. So turn your camera off first before I put you up.
Hey, Curry, this is my first time trying to hook this up. My
I
first
know.
time. Yeah, I was
I
telling
know.
you that before.
But
Okay, what I have to
yeah,
do?
go. I think the button is
Hit the
right
camera
next to your
button. Hit the camera
microphone.
button.
So look for something that looks like a camera and click on it.
Okay, chat. Let me see, camera right here. Okay. Chat with everyone in the studio. Okay, I'll come back, Curry.
You can try. I'll take you. Let me take you down, but you can still try in the back. When I see you turn it off, I'll put you up.
Okay,
All you're looking for is where there's a microphone button where you see mute. When
okay,
you see something looking like a microphone, right beside it, you should see something looking like a camera. Just click on it, and you can turn
okay,
your camera off.
okay. I'm gonna come back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to come back.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you, Curry. Thank you.
Alrighty.
All right.
Let me make sure I take her down first. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Nah, I kind of said everything I wanted to say. I got it off my chest right before she came on there.
Behind a bar, you used two poor examples, I think. Wendy Williams, she has a journalism degree, but she's really fallen. And Tasha Kay, I think she started out well, but look where she is right now. So,
Hmm.
No, no, I completely understand what you mean. Like, obviously, yeah, Wendy Williams right now looks crazy. She damn near lost everything: money, husband, family. She's in the nut house. I understand where you're coming from. She lost her mind completely. But I'm just saying in general, as far as public figures that are into the gossipy stuff. And so I could use a better example, say Angela Yee or the psychic that was with Howard Stern or whoever we want to use. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like if you want to get into the entertainment industry and you want to be the next top blogger on the internet, I understand that this is her lane, but the way she's going about doing it, I think she will end up like a Tasha K by coming over
Yep.
here spreading fake news and doing all that type of shit like that, where she could potentially be sued and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
and Wendy Williams is kind of probably getting her karma. Because if you know the
Yep.
story about Wendy Williams,
yeah,
she was one of the most
She was
messiest
she was.
radio
awful.
personalities
She
of all
was.
time. Threw all her friends under the bus and all types of stuff. You know what I mean? And she even went out there and was telling her story, saying she slept with the rapper Method Man while he was married, and he's still married to that same woman right now. It's just a lot of shit that and now her husband left her for a woman half her age and shit like that. That's just karma comes
Yep.
back around and bite people in the ass and shit like that. So, but
Right. And
okay,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
See, the thing is, I don't think anybody in this sector is trying to branch out because if a person is trying to branch out, then this is not where it's at. Um, you would be doing entertainment news, you would be doing a lot of different content, but your content wouldn't be based on other content creators.
well said,
Here's an
well
example of
said.
somebody who has the potential to branch out of here.
Oh, that's my baby right there. I
Ronnie
love her.
Cube. Oh yeah, and King Roman he's gonna get picked up one of these days. You just wait and see,
What
because
about
King
me? What about
Roman.
me, Barry Carey? What about me?
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you behind the bar. Hi,
You're
kind to
welcome,
me.
Ronnie Q. You over there
Hold on.
cuss off people and you talk about what?
Oh, then you laughing at my
Listen,
dreams? You laughing at my dreams,
you
Barry Carey?
can. Are you gonna be doing entertainment only?
Yeah, I talk about celebrity gossip and stuff like that on my channel. Don't try to play me. But go
And
ahead. I'm
you
sorry,
do, and you
Ronnie.
also do you people on social media and stuff. There's room for improvement. I can get out of here if I wanted to.
I can
Carrie, I
think
had
of
a
other
big
stuff to
interview on my
do.
channel the other day. I had an interview with Matt Hoffa. He has one of the biggest podcasts, hip hop podcasts out right now on YouTube by the name of Matt Hoffa. He came on my channel 2 weeks ago and gave me an interview for a whole hour. Like, come on, that's
I
a big
must have
deal.
missed it. Was I in that one? Was I the one
It,
with Hassan?
no, not Hassan. I'm
No.
talking about this guy named Matt Hoffa. He has one of the biggest podcasts. It's called My Expert Opinion. He has almost a 500,000 subscribers, and he has all type of celebrities. And he came on my channel and gave me an interview. No, no, didn't charge me anything like that. So just
That's
put some.
cool. How did you get to meet him?
So I was blogging on a situation that he's going through with his producer, and he so
Hmm.
happened to hop in my chat and hit my link and gave me and explained to me exactly what was going on with his producer. Like I can't make this shit up, and I was just amazed, So shout out to him.
That's cool. And how did the interview go?
It went well. I think it's at about 7,000 views right now, So I'm very happy about that.
Okay, that is
Hmm.
really good.
It's great.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's great. That's really great. But you're not
Thank
going to get too many more interviews if you keep messing around with Heat Wave or Fifi because they're going to roll up on you and what they
He's gonna be
fold
in the
you up.
news.
They're going to fold you up and then they're going to find you in a suitcase floating in the Hudson.
Oh shit. Oh, you a New Yorker talking about the Hudson River.
The Hudson River.
Let me say something. One thing about I like about Ronnie Q is the way she talks. But when she comes on the panel when I'm around, she wants to speed up her talk. No, keep it how you speak it. Like you talk like the female version of Mace. Just keep it nice and slow. It's very, very sensual when you talk. So do not speed it up when you talk to me because it's turning me on. Keep going.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Because he's the same one who said he's supposed to talk fast. Talk fast if you're
I
gonna
know.
talk to me, Ronnie Q.
You bore me, Ronnie Q. I'm falling asleep, Ronnie Q. So that's why I speed up my talk when I talk to behind the bar. When behind the bars here, I had to talk very, very fast.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not cool. I actually have us on my Instagram when that time when you was talking and you was like some woman was saying about you slurring your words and I'm like, yo, Ron, you actually slurring your words right now. You was like, fuck you, baby. I was like,
She was upset.
You caught me off guard when you agreed. I was like, how dare you, jackass.
nah, but back to Fifi. I acknowledge yesterday I was definitely wrong. I came in trolling. And it was inappropriate. I should never trolled her because she didn't deserve that. But it wasn't malice. I didn't do it under malice. I just did it under trolling. But as far as the other chick is concerned, Heat Wave. I mean, it is what it is, man. She got played for a sucker and was used and abused, and everybody warned her on here. I think even you, Ronnie IQ, you warned her, and she didn't
Ronnie
take our
Q.
advice. I'm sorry, Ronnie Q, and she didn't take our advice, and here's the results, and it is what it is.
And you plan to
Well,
be a
go
journalist
ahead.
behind the bar?
You believe him?
Oh, that's my dream. I mean, my dream is to one day become a credible journalist where I'm interviewing, very important people and get paid to talk to people. That's a dream of mine, but it's just a dream.
Okay,
But
that's
can
cool.
I
You should
dream?
start looking at
Let me
short
ask you a
courses that you could
question
do.
though. Do
Yes,
you
yes,
think
mind your own.
your delivery might be a problem for some?
You know what? I'm inspired by people like Charlemagne the God,
Okay.
like
Oh,
Star and
oh,
people like that where
oh.
even Howard Stern is like
Shock jock.
Shock
Y-
jock. That's the
Yeah, so
difference.
there's a lane in that. You know what I'm saying? Like to
Sensationalism.
not being afraid to ask the tough questions and just be real blunt with my approach as far as just being able to like being afraid to ask the real questions. I want to really be aggressive with how I interview people, but that's
You
just
can you
me.
can be blunt when you're asking your questions, but you don't have to be like, how you rude like Howard Stern in particular. Even though I used to watch him at one point, but I was like, I watched out of curiosity. I was like, why does this crazy man have a show and stuff?
And then you
Charlemagne
couldn't
at one
stop
point used
watching,
to be.
right?
Yeah, but I didn't watch for long because they started to do some really nasty, weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't watch that anymore.
And Charlemagne used to be good, but I don't know what's going on with him these last couple years. I don't even watch the Breakfast
Yeah.
Club
Me
anymore.
neither. Me
Something
Me
neither.
either.
something happened along the way, and he
Yeah,
lost himself. I don't know what it is,
I
but
agree with
something
you.
happened.
Once he
Did you?
But
got caught with that,
Well, he
once he got caught
started
up with
earning
that
a
rape
lot of
allegation.
money, and that changed him. Or
I didn't
What you
hear
said?
you.
What?
he didn't start. He started earning a lot of money, which brought out his true character.
Hmm.
That's true. And then when he started with Kanye and all of those people, you're right. It's the money. It definitely is the money.
You know
Did
what
you
else
hear?
it
Definitely
was?
is.
You know what
Did
else
you
it
hear?
was, ladies?
No.
It was the rape allegations that he had with Jessica Reed.
Oh
When that
yeah.
surfaced, yeah, when that surfaced, he had to slow down a whole lot. Like he
Yeah.
had to really watch his words and really be politically correct and really try to, save his career because that could have really put him in a situation where he could have lost his job and not get any more deals with HBO and Comedy Central and all the other stuff he got going on. So it is what
But
it is.
He's a goon.
yeah,
I
I
used
don't
to
care
like
for him at
watching him. I
all.
don't watch him anymore. I haven't watched him in years actually, because I
And
don't know. There's
and
something
Anybody
that
who puts
happened.
black
Something happened.
privilege as the title of their book is not someone I'm interested in.
black privilege.
Isn't that the
Is that
title?
what you said?
Yes.
I'm not aware of his book, so that's why I was double checking if
Okay.
that's what you actually said. I'm gonna
Yes,
go on
that's
mute
the
for a
name of the
second.
book.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the name of the book. And I actually purchased that book, believe it or not.
I'm not
He
reading
actually
that shit.
he actually has a part two of that book as well.
Okay.
He's a change
Yeah.
man, especially when he started going to the dermatologist and stuff. Child, change man, because he started saying, "Oh, more people are looking at me," Right, beef sector cleats.
Yeah.
Yep, he's a whole different person. But you got to bring your own personality to it. Personality don't necessarily have to be. You can be inspired by them, but you got to understand. Just like Wendy Williams was doing things for the whole way to provoke some type of excitement, and even doing stuff so that people could talk about them. At the end of the day, they are not um credible journalists. They're just doing things for sensationalism. At the end of the day, they're just doing things to excite people, and at the end of the day, they don't care if it's factual or not. They don't care. They just want to make sure that the public is interested in it, and it shocks them. It evokes anger or excitement, some form of disapproval or something. But at the end of the day, if you're not dotting your I's, crossing your T's, making sure that you research and get your information correct, you're going to get in trouble. And that's the same thing that, what's her name?
Tasha.
Tasha K did. She does not know what she's talking about half the times. I don't know if she has changed now, but when I used to watch her a long time ago, I saw it for myself. And I keep going back to this video of this guy. His name is Chris. He did a whole social media, what they call it, some kind of test that he did to see how people would take what he did. He got some actors. They dressed as was it Kylie Irving? What Kylie? Why am I mixing them up? Kylie Jenner's man and stuff. They took photos. They released it to say that it was him cheating on his girl and stuff. And who do you think had that info in their news? No other than Tasha K. And she was talking about it like it was factual stuff, and she's getting information from the sources and all of that. The guy showed the video of how he did everything, the photo shoot and everything. And that is how I know that this is how she operates. She just takes news and she runs with it. She doesn't do any research to make sure her information is correct and stuff. So you got to be careful about that. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. And the rumor she had was that Cardi B
Had
got
herpes
STD, yeah,
because
herpes.
she heard
Yeah.
it out of Star Marie's mouth. It was a whole thing. I was there when that happened. It was right over here. You don't even know. Tasha K was over here too. Well, she hasn't left because she still drops down here from time to time. But we were here when all of that shit was happening too. She was down here battling it out too.
What you mean
She
by
was
down here? What you mean by that?
in
She
this
drops
little hair sector.
she drops
Who channel?
in
Who
chats from time to time.
who channel she be on?
She'll sometimes go over by 7 stars, Or
Okay.
have I seen her over by Pasta already? I've seen her over by Tim Blaine drop in the chat. So they all always claim Armand Wiggins was over here. They all claim like they leave here, but they still pop in and peep in most of the time. But I'm just saying, the people that don't fact check are the ones who always get in trouble. The people who do things to, um get shot value and stuff without even caring about the the accuracy of what they're presenting, they always get in problems at the end of the day. So don't do things for the hype. Do stuff that can, last for a while. That's all I gotta say.
Well, that's why
Right.
she got sued and lost.
Right. What's that other guy
Exactly. And I
name?
didn't feel bad for her at all.
Mind your own. What's the name of that man that, like the conspiracy theorist guy that got sued for $1 billion because he said the Sandy Hook was fake and everything like that? What's his name?
Alex,
Jones. There you go. Alex Jones. There you go.
and he's been
Yeah.
banned from YouTube as well.
Yeah. Even your boy Tommy Sotomayor, him online doing the most and this.
Look
Y'all
at
talk about
him.
He's been
y'all
banned
talk
from
about
YouTube.
me. Y'all talk about me disrespecting women. What about him? And
Look
he has
at
a huge
him.
fan
Where is
base.
he today? They've been working hard to get rid of him. Haven't you seen? He got so many pages lost and stuff. You don't see that? So he was
Facts.
thriving over here and thriving in air quotes. He was doing the most over here, you
And the
know,
thing is, this was his
and
livelihood.
getting the numbers. He was getting the numbers, and people see that and think it's something good to want to accomplish. But at the end of the day, you have no integrity. At the end of the day, if you're just looking at, oh, he got so many thousands of views and he makes this amount of money and he controls this and whatever, but is that somebody we want to aspire to be like? You need to just be your authentic self. You don't have to take on their style of doing things for the shock of it all, because then you're always going to have to maintain doing that, and not you end up losing yourself at the end of the day.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Where my girl Ronnie IQ go? She's on the phone
She,
right now,
Ronnie Q. It's
robbing
Ronnie
another.
Q.
What I call her?
Stop saying Ronnie IQ. She'll slap you with a coconut. Her name is Ronnie Q.
If she's on the phone right now, robbing a truck driver and taking 30% of his profit.
Right, Lavon? Joyce, were you the Joyce who just came up a while ago trying to get on here? There was a Joyce. I don't remember the last name who was trying to get up on here.
Joyce, come back on. I had a feeling that she was gonna come on here. I don't know. My gut feeling tells me that she was gonna come over here and curse me
She
out.
was
I was
ready.
waiting. You go. Is it yo, Carrie? Yo,
I was like, Joyce is ready. I'm like,
yo,
yup,
wow, that's
yeah.
crazy
That's
how
what I
you
was
felt the
thinking to
same.
myself.
Yo,
Ooh.
you felt the same energy I felt. Yo, I felt it coming too. Like I was bracing myself, like, all right, because I remember the conversation that we had yesterday. I was like, damn, now I can't turn up on her because I don't want to offend Carrie, so I'm gonna have to take the lashing, man. That's crazy.
Well, you were very
Mm,
Joyce,
abrasive.
I'm sorry.
Are
Go ahead, mind your
very
own.
abrasive. Um, I guess you would find it hard to believe that some people actually come on YouTube because they're lonely. And I'm not saying this applies to anybody, by the way. I'm just saying that people form YouTube ships or whatever the case might be, and they become close friends offline as well. So
Yeah, it
I
can
yeah,
think
happen.
being very
It can
abrasive,
happen.
very abrasive. And then you have the nerve to say something about Mama Fifi.
let's talk about it. Get it off your chest, mind your own. Let's talk about it. I apologize
Go
about coming up here trolling, but obviously you still feel some type of way. Come on, get it off your chest. Let's talk about it.
1 second before you do, mind your own. Joyce Goodwin, you can come up back, but if you're nervous, like you said, what I could do is keep the overlay up so you could still talk. So you don't have to come on screen if you don't want to. So you can still click the link just like you did a while ago. And I will keep the banner up because since you don't know how to turn your camera off, I'll keep the banner up for you. Go ahead, mind
What?
your own.
Oh, no, I was just saying that Who's disrespectful to Mama Fifi. Um, and at least she and Heatwave have something in common. They're a little bit older women, and I think you should be a little bit more respectful.
So depending on, so should old women be on YouTube getting involved in the gossip and everything like that, and have an opinion on it? It's okay for them to do that, right?
You sure do, just like anybody else.
Yeah.
YouTube
Right.
is made for everybody from 0 to 100.
And I agree with you. So with that being said, they're gonna have to be able to take people having their own opinion about how they feel about certain people. I mean, it is what it is. We can't
Mm,
coddle them because of their so-called age, and nobody even knows the age of Heat Wave. Everybody say that she's an old lady, but she don't even sound like an old lady to me. But I don't know why y'all keep saying she's an old lady.
She says it too.
Mature
She
woman.
said I'm an old woman. She says it all the time.
Mature.
But
Mature.
but
And she did say that she was a little bit older. I get where you're coming from behind the bar, but surely you know because you're a content creator yourself and you have subs and you go in different chats that people really aren't, some people, a lot of people aren't built in the way you say that they should be when they come online, right?
And you're right,
Everybody can be a keyboard warrior
gangster.
at the end of the day, but when you meet them in person, people can say many things via email, text, whatever. If you have occasion to meet them in person, I'm not talking about pulling up on them, but it could be a colleague, a work colleague, and they say something to you via email. And then when you say, and what, by the way, what was your email? You know, the tone, I didn't like it. So do you want to explain that to me? It's a different kind of energy when it's face
Right.
to face and you're looking in their eyes. Oh, well, I didn't know, or something, how people can be. So I get what you're saying.
And
yeah,
shout
I'm
out
but
to
still don't mean you must disrespect them though.
and
right.
shout out to Jesus Takes the Will. Shout out to Jesus Takes the Will. She once again came on the panel and did a phenomenal job just being able to mediate the situation and have people having an understanding of her testimony, how where I went wrong, where the other lady went wrong, and I could appreciate. I really do like Jesus Take the Will. My question to you, mind your own, was when the other lady came up to the channel and she was defending Fifi and how she was attacking me. Do you think that she was right for doing that?
I think people have to read the room and know their audience. Carrie would tell you that this is my third time being on the panel, and I will take the panel in Carrie's room, but I doubt that I will ever take it anywhere else because I feel like I can come up here and talk. And it's a good thing I can't read the chat, so I'm not paying any attention to the comments. And even if I could read it, I wouldn't. So I think people have to read the room. And I've been on YouTube and in this sector for over 5 years. And even when they were doing the phone call-ins, I would never call in. It's only when you feel really comfortable hitting the link, and I'm just speaking for me, um, getting up here and having a conversation with you. There's an African proverb: the way you approach people will determine their response. So I think that's very applicable to people jumping on the link and hopping on the panels and just running off at the mouth. I don't know if that answers your question.
It definitely didn't answer my question, but it's fine. I get it. You was being
Okay. No,
politically correct.
She
I
say, "Are the
wasn't.
way how you do things, if you watch how you do things, talk to people or you want people to talk to you.
Okay.
Respect people and them will respect you.
Okay. So let me answer
Get
your
it?
question then. I wasn't here, so I don't know how she approached you. If it was in a manner that was not to your liking, then I would say she's wrong. But I wasn't here, so I can't speak to that. I'm just saying I'm just talking about myself personally. I just wanted to know what was said about Mama Fifi and how that all came about. So,
He gets it, mind
no,
your own. He gets it. He
I
knows
know
he
he
gets
gets,
it. He's
I
saying we
know
didn't
he
answer his question, but he know he got it because he acknowledged it yesterday that he was wrong, and he acknowledged it and apologized today, tonight on the panel. He's just saying he doesn't get it, but he knows he does because he
right,
he he mentioned what he did wrong and that he didn't have to take that approach. Also, if you notice what Mind Your Own says, this my panel is the first one she ever clicked on, and this is her third time today ever going on. And I want you to take note of the type of people that click my link. So it's not, think about the
Not
type of people
everybody
who you,
is as pleasant as her though, but go ahead.
for the most part, it's like cool people that hang on, come on my links or come over here. You don't always hear like a lot of people fighting and stuff. It does happen though. Let me tell you, it does happen, but it's a different type of folks come over here. Women come over here. So
Mind your own. Would you
and
like to
I have
know what
respect
happened
for
between?
them.
Would you like to know the conversation between Fifi and I, or you rather not know?
um, I just think that, well, let me answer your question. Can you truncate it so we don't spend a lot of time?
Yes, I could narrow it down in 30 seconds. When
Okay.
I was listening in the background, and she was kind of when she was talking, it almost sounded like she was like if I was face to face with her, my face would be wet, like full of like saliva and spit. Just by how she was talking, it sounded like she was spitting while she was talking. So when I hit the piano, I was like, Fifi, did you put your teeth in today? And she got offended by it. But I was just coming in trolling and shit. But that's what exactly what happened.
Okay. Okay.
So
And,
behind the bar,
and what did you learn from that?
Oh, Ronnie,
That's the
Ronnie, don't do it,
question.
Ronnie. Ronnie, don't do it, Ronnie. I'm good.
Carrie asked you a question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said that. That's the first thing he said. But then, what was the reason? What did you learn from that engagement between yourself and Fifi? What did you
yeah,
learn from that approach?
yeah. It wasn't right. I should never had came in so hot. I came in trolling, but she was offended by it, and I should never did it like that.
That's the point.
So behind the bar, how long have you been without a woman companion?
I've been married for 11 years.
Just because you're married doesn't mean you have a one woman companion. You guys could be living like two passing ships in the night. So uh, I
I,
can't imagine you have good companionship with a female.
I am happily married for 11 years. We are still in love with each other. We're raising two beautiful children under the same roof. We share the same bed and everything like that. Any more questions?
They got a
Just
good
checking.
from what I
Just
see over
checking.
there. They're cool. They're like that house looks like they have a lot of fun in there. It's high energy and stuff.
Oh, well, that's
From what
good.
I see.
So maybe this
So,
is just his
so,
online
very Carrie,
persona.
my question to you is when you see me and my wife on YouTube, what is the vibe that you get?
That you guys are always happy and doing fun stuff together.
Well, there
That's
you
what I
go.
see.
I hope that answers your
Especially
question,
when
Ronnie.
she's over there singing and dancing while she's cooking and stuff. I can tell what her personality is like just, by,
Well,
watching her. And then the children are like that. They seem like really happy too.
I'm
Well,
So it
glad
that's
to
seems
hear
good.
like
that.
a happy household from what I
So
see.
I'm one of those few content creators, Ronnie Q and Mind Your Own. I'm one of those few content creators who I show people who I really am. I'm not gonna get on here and hide my face, hide my wife, hide my kids, hide my home. I'm an open book. You really hear that about anybody on YouTube. Everybody's scared and hiding, don't want to be exposed and doxxed. So I am a real person. I show people my real life and everything like that. I don't care. I'm real. So for Ryan to ask that question, I'll tell you to go online and you can see dozens of video with me and my family online because I don't hide who I am.
Well, I'm just glad to hear that because um, you're so hard on women that I was wondering, were you like deflected, rejected? What's going on here? But I'm glad to hear that you have. You seem like now that I know you have kids, it seemed like you would be the fun dad.
Oh, absolutely. Believe it or not,
He
I grew up with
actually
both.
is.
I grew up with both parents, mom and dad. I could call mom and dad right now and speak to them if I wanted to. So the narrative that people have about me is totally wrong. And what people have to understand is a lot of time when I come on here, like what did with Fifi yesterday, was part of me just being in character trolling and shit like that. It was just me entertaining myself for whatever reason. When I talk to y'all at night, I'm at work. So a lot of y'all are my entertainment. So I come on here sometimes. Sometimes I'm serious, sometimes I troll. You never know what side you're gonna get on me. It depends on my mood.
Okay. Well, I was just asking. I was just
Yeah,
trolling.
you're right. And you should know, Ronnie. You know I'm a truck driver, so you know I'll be out here on the road bored as hell, and I'm not taking 30% of. I'm glad I don't have nobody taking 30% of my load and everything. You know.
Well, I don't either. I don't have those problems either.
Nah, I'm messing with you.
I don't.
I know you don't. Seems like
And
you
Lavon
are.
says, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying it seems like Ronnie, from what I heard that she spoke briefly about her family, she also has a loving husband and a son, and they work together on the truck and everything like that. So it sounds like they're a pretty tight niche family. But I could be wrong. I don't know Ronnie like that.
I said no such thing. And how am I
You
going
could
to
be
work on
wrong.
the truck? You're totally
he
wrong. You
is, he
have
is.
bad listening skills. You listen to talk as opposed to listening to hear, as I figured.
Okay, so Ronnie, you didn't tell me
He
that you and your family own a couple of trucks. You didn't tell me that.
No, I
he's
didn't.
thinking
That was
Joanna
lovely
and new
love.
biology
No, that
and
was lovely love.
lovely
Remember
love.
when she was talking about taking a dump in the truck? Don't do not categorize me with lovely love and throwing
Oh,
it
I'm
in the
sorry.
public trash can. I
Uh,
was the one who told her she
and
needed a
watching the
biohazard bag.
and watching the Mexican take the stick, go in the trash and dig it out.
How
Oh
dare
my
you?
gosh, she's
But
yo, you had me cracking up, Ronnie, when
there
you
are
were
only
talking
four
shit to her.
people who spoke about truck driving here. Lovely love, new biology's in the business, Joanna, and there was one other person. But those are the three I can remember. Joanna.
So who is
D.
Ronnie then?
Ramsey.
Who's Ronnie? What does Ronnie do? I thought Ronnie was the lady that owned the truck.
You know what I do for a profession? I mind my own business.
Oh, so you want them secretive people on the internet? I got you.
I can tell it has something to do with science or something like that.
Damn, all
And
this time I thought Ronnie was the trucker lady. My bad.
no, you forgot all about lovely love already. Beef sector
Yeah.
cleats is asking you, do you need a did I pronounce it right? Freight broker. Is it
Yeah,
freight or freight? Freight.
Freight.
nowadays, a lot of the owner operators they could go online and book their own load and get 100% of their load.
Why am I laughing at this comment? I'm sorry, I forgot to mute.
Yeah, nowadays you can cut out the middleman and not have him take 30% of your profit. Nowadays, yeah, but to get a broker's license, I heard it's like $10,000 to get the broker's license. So it's all type of politics and shit.
Do you own your own truck?
No, I do not. But I grew up. My father was a truck driver. He taught me, and he owns his own company. But I do not.
Okay.
Well, why don't you work for your father's company?
I'd rather work for my. Yeah, I'd rather work for myself, man. I get paid more. It come with benefits, and it come with pension and 401k and all that good shit. You know, I don't get
Oh,
that if I was to work for him.
okay. Yeah, I was just asking. How many trucks does your father have? You said he had a company, so I was just assuming that that may come with it. So he probably has a few trucks, you're saying?
No, he doesn't. You can own a company by having one truck. He has one truck.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So that's. I should say he owns his own business, and rather than say he owns his own company, right? You
Okay.
know, even though the company is under his name, but I understand what you mean.
That's his company. So
Right.
does he drive all 48 states, or is he a local driver like yourself?
No, he's local. He's home every other night.
Okay, and you and your father, do you guys do 18 wheelers or smaller trucks?
18 wheelers.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So yeah, he taught me everything I need to know, and I went out and branched off and did my own thing.
See, you have me confused because when you said you flipped your
What up,
truck,
Kev? How you doing? What you said? What you said, Ronnie?
you have me confused because when you said you flipped your truck trying to take a load off or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when we say our truck, I was just basically saying the truck that I was driving. It was the company's truck.
Right. Well, and I said something about you didn't have the stabilizers down or something like that. So
Yeah, okay,
maybe,
that's what
yeah,
that's what you said.
mm,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that was my dumb ass.
Was I right
Yeah.
though? Was I right?
That I flipped the truck?
Ronnie knows something about trucking.
Yeah, she does. She does. Yeah.
That's why
Well,
you
a
got
truck
her
don't. Well,
confused.
an 18 wheeler don't have stabilizers, so you're thinking about something that they call like a forklift or a Moffitt truck, things like that that you actually have to like say. You ever see like the flatbed trucks and they're getting unloaded with like a forklift and shit like that?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is that when you lift up a load with a forklift, if you don't have the stabilizers down, obviously you know what it would tip over. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So as far as a tractor trailer 18 wheeler, a semi truck, it doesn't come with that. We don't need that. Because it's different. But I know what you mean by stabilizers.
Yeah, heavy machinery, it can be quite tricky, and it's very dangerous. And a lot of people take like little safety precautions for granted, but you can really hurt yourself working with heavy equipment. And yeah, I have the inner workings of a lot of different types of heavy equipment. So yeah, that's why I understand a little bit.
So Ronnie, are you single?
No, I'm married.
Oh, see, I remember you telling me that you was married, so that's why I'm a little confused, a little bit of who the person is that I'm talking to. But
That
okay.
was a lovely love talking about her husband used to ride with her and that she was going to visit her son or something. That's a lovely love.
Ronnie, are you happily married?
Extremely.
How many years?
9 years.
Oh, that's beautiful. Obviously you don't have any children with them, right? No children, right?
Why is it obvious?
Because you sound
What
like you.
what is obvious about that?
Let me tell you why. Because it sounds like you're in your 50s. So if you gotta get married.
How do you sound like you're in your 50s? Just
Because you
say
sound.
I
Because
sound
you sound
mature.
mature. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll just say you sound mature, but I've always sound mature. You
Am I accurate?
jackass.
Am I accurate with my analysis that you don't have children with that man?
Why would it be just with this man?
Because he's your husband and you don't have any children with him, right? Because you've
How
only
do
been
you
married for
know?
9 years.
I
Yeah.
don't discuss those interworkings of my uh, relationship in my life.
And I
I'm not
understand.
you.
I understand that, but I know that I'm right with my prediction. I'm
You're
always
right.
right.
You're right with your predictions.
Yes, but you have children, but just not by him. You got baby father.
Baby, oh, so I got a baby daddy, huh?
Two.
Two baby daddies?
Yes.
I have four baby daddies.
And I know you.
Just double up on them. God. See, you giving people baby daddies and all this mess. See, that's why don't nobody like you.
Ronnie, you like me, Ronnie. You like a lot of people don't like me, but Ronnie likes me, and I like Ronnie.
It's my children's father. It's my
Yeah.
children's father. I refuse to say baby daddy. My children's father. You people have baby daddies. I have my children's father.
Yeah, you're a little bit more classy than the average woman. You don't call him a baby daddy. You say my children's
And the
father.
average woman, what does that mean?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Mind your own, because you're trying to set me up. Don't do that. Mind your own, trying to set me
Am
up.
I trying to
You
set you
said
up?
it.
The average woman.
Yeah. The average woman out here talking about they be bragging about having baby daddies and shit like that. Ain't nothing to brag about.
I don't see
Look,
a lot of
y'all.
people
This is my
bragging
load right
about
here,
that.
y'all. This is my load right here. Look, I'm delivering. This is the load. Look, this is the truck.
Nice deflection.
Look, this is the load
It's
right here.
nothing
Look.
in there. You could have stayed home.
That's what I was thinking. Don't put that license plate on that thing.
You could have put that in the back seat of your car and delivered that shit.
It
Saved on
all
some
pays.
gas.
It all pays the same. If whether I'm delivering one box or a million boxes, it's still gonna pay me the same. So it don't make no difference to me.
Yeah, but you don't have the risk of turning over.
That's a, oh
Turning
oh.
over on the wrong
So you
side.
want me to turn over, huh? You ain't shit.
I'm trying to save you. You're gonna throw those packages in your car, and went on and delivered them, and you didn't have to worry about tipping over your truck.
Let me
And
give
you
you a
know,
secret though. Let me give you a secret, Ronnie. The lighter the load, the more vulnerable you are to flipping it because there's no weight. So if there's a heavy wind that goes by, I could tip over if it was empty.
so
Aha.
what's the secret? That's why I said you should have put that in your car, and you wouldn't have the risk of turning over. Do you not get it?
So you want me to spend my own gas and my own wear and tear on my personal vehicle and spend all that gas money going to where I'm driving to as opposed to using their own equipment and their own fuel? Oh hell no. So you're not a good business person.
But I save lives. Black
Allegedly. We
lives
don't know
matter.
who you
Even
are.
yours. Even yours. Now, quit deflecting off of what this average woman thing, because um, you said that the average woman brags about having baby daddies. I've never
Yeah.
heard of that. I've
All right,
never
let me give you an
heard women
example.
brag about that.
Millennials nowadays, I'm not even before the millennials, women that's under 25 years old, they don't aspire to have a husband and have a real family. They're content with living on Section 8. They're content with being on WIC. They're okay with having two, three, four baby fathers and collecting the child support check. They're okay with it, as
Okay,
opposed to Big Mama, our mamas, and stuff like that. They
correct.
more believe in
Because
family and marriage and stuff like that.
correct. And you have to really take everything into account about what you said, because women and in that age group, there are fewer men for them to choose to, as opposed to Big Mama and Mama's era. Because Big Mama and Mama's era, at least they had jobs for these black men to work where they could support a family. That's number one. That is the big number one. And most of these young men have to live at home because they can't support themselves, much less a family, because the jobs are not paying living wages. A lot of brothers get sidelined. They won't hire them because of any little blemish on their record, where they will hire people of other races regardless of what's on their record. And you have to look at the large population of black men that they give jail time to, probation time to, and longer sentences to, for the same crimes that other races commit. So therefore you have a lot of black men languishing in jail. Look at how many black people are in prisons right now for prison. I mean, for selling marijuana, and now marijuana is legal, and other races are getting rich off of it, or richer off of it, because you have to get rich, be rich to go into the business of owning a dispensary in the first place. But you have so many black men that have been sidelined, and then you have the gay factor, and then you have the black men who refuse to date within their own race. So there's a lot of contributing factors to this that you're not even considering. Hello?
Dead silence. Huh?
Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, my phone the screen went out. Okay, you said a lot of factual things. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of those things are true about the black man and everything like that. But I just gave you a perfect. Oh shit! This motherfucker about to hit me. What the fuck?
He's doing the Lord's work.
I hate you, Roddy. I hate you. Oh my god, I hate you, Roddy.
He said that's
Oh,
for Ronnie Q.
wow, that motherfucker really about to back into me just now. I would have jumped out the truck and said, "My neck, my back, my neck and my back. I want 150,000." Yeah. But anyways, like I was saying, I just gave you an example. Me as a black man, right? I told you how long I've been married for 11 years. I've been married since I was 22 years old, right? I have a son, a 10-year-old son. I've been working ever since. I've never been without a job since I moved out my mother's house when I was 22 years old. I have a job. I could take care of my family and take care of my bills. I'm a black man. I never had to fall into the system as going to jail, going to prison. I have no record on my thing, so you kind of stereotype, black men, and
No,
I
you
refuse.
no no no
Do
no
you
no. Hold on.
stereotype
Oh,
women, black
yes,
women,
you did.
by saying,
And I'm sorry.
well, most black women have what, three or four baby daddies and this and that. So now
And
you're taking a
you
dose of your own medicine.
and you cannot move the
We could go
goalposts.
by statistics, though.
Hold
We could
on,
go by
hold on.
statistics.
Yeah, we can go by statistics, but you cannot move the goalposts in doing so. See, you said that you were talking about people in the age range of 25, and you are not in that age range. So why are you comparing yourself to what a 25-year-old is
L-
doing and the odds
Let me
that are
respond.
against
Let
a
me respond. Let me
25-year-old?
respond. Let me respond because I've been doing my thing. I was once 25, 24, 23, 22.
And
We
the
was always
world,
once that age. We was all once that age, and it was not that long ago. It was not
yeah,
that long ago.
correct.
Period. So you can't sit back and tell me
No,
that
yeah,
if
I
back
can
in my
tell.
day is different. It's
Yes,
bullshit.
it was
It's
different. It
actually
was.
easier to make money nowadays with technology, internet, social media.
Oh,
You can sit in your house and sit on your ass all day and make money off the internet. So
okay,
you can't sit back and tell me that
okay.
it's harder for a black man to make money.
So you believe that the school system is set up and designed to teach these kids who are coming out of high school on average reading at a sixth grade level, who are not learning civics, sciences, and all this type of stuff, that they are going to be able to come out of high school and be a business owner and make money on the internet. Is that what you're telling me?
I did it. There's 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds on YouTube making millions of dollars a year by doing toy reviews and all this other shit. So
Hello, but
yes, it's possible.
what socioeconomic background do their parents have?
Listen, you're not gonna fall into that rabbit hole of saying just because you
No,
was it from. Oh, you cut me off when I
I
It's
respond.
didn't.
not
I shut
radical.
up.
It's not
I shut
radical.
up. I want you to finish.
Okay, the stereotype of if you're from an inner city, whether you're from Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, the Bronx, wherever you're from, and these public schools are poor, they have no good education, no good test books, everything like that, that you're automatically going to be going into the prison pipeline system, right? You could fall into that stereotype if you would like, or you could make choices. Life is all about choices. Don't make your circumstances automatically make it seem like, oh, I was raised in a public school system and I was born by a single mother, that I'm automatically on my way to the penitentiary system. I don't believe that. Life is about choices, and the problem is too many of the kids are making poor choices. They're falling for the trap, going out there on the streets, selling drugs, robbing and stealing, rather than go out there and get an honest 9 to 5 and be able to and provide for themselves and a family.
just
Period.
because just because you make choices not to do these things still doesn't make give you the resources to be successful, is my point. So if you don't know anyone, if you've never been a lot of people in inner cities have not been out of their neighborhoods within a mile radius outside of their own neighborhood. You have a lot of people who live in Los Angeles, who live in the inner cities of Los Angeles, the poorest parts of Los Angeles, who have never been to the beach. And this is not hyperbole, these are actual facts. So, what you're saying is okay for a grown man to say it, but a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 12-year-old who doesn't have a role model in front of them or a mentor in front of them to guide them and show them the way to get to these things, because these teachers don't care about the students. These teachers are there to get a paycheck, to do as less as possible, and they don't care. So I understand what you're saying. It all sounds fine and good. My husband is from Harlem. My husband, grew up in the 80s in Harlem. So when it was, b-boys and the whole 9 yards, so he grew up when New York City was like New York City. And my husband is very educated now. But I understand that people do not have to be their condition all their lives. So you don't have to tell me these things. But on the larger scale, something has to be done because everybody is not going to make it
Yeah,
unless
Um,
something
yeah.
changes.
But you just showed me that your husband is he beat the statistics from being from Harlem, and now he's successful. So what you saying?
I said
behind the bar,
everybody is not going to do that.
Yeah, but
But
that
you
was a
don't
poor
know,
example.
but you don't know what my husband had to go through to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question behind the bar?
Absolutely.
Okay. Um, did you grow up with two parents in the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And would you say your parents are instilled in you at an early age the need to, they were role models, watching them work and do whatever. They would be your first teachers, yes?
My father, I was raised on weed money. My father's a Jamaican, and he sold weed to provide for all of his children, all nine of us.
Okay.
Sold weed. That's how I grew up on weed money. That's what put food on my table and a roof over my head. Which what Ronnie just said now is illegal. So back in the '90s, when my father was selling weed, he was looked at as a drug dealer, scum of the earth, bad guy. But now, in this day and age, it's perfectly normal to have a weed dispensary, and you're just looked at as a businessman. You see how that works?
Right. Right.
My father went to jail for selling weed sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Still has the felony on his record for selling weed. My father never sold crack, sold weed. Why does that man have a felony on his record right now?
Well, Joe Biden just signed a executive order to remove all felony read charges from people records. Did you know that?
Okay,
Yeah.
I heard about it, but I don't know if it really went through for everybody.
It's
Okay.
if it's on a federal level, it's if it's a federal crime, yes, it goes for everybody who has felony read conviction. Now, if it's a state crime, many states are refusing to do anything about any state weed convictions. But on the federal level, yes. On the state level, it depends on what state you live in.
Right. In the state that we live in, weed is still illegal.
But if it's a federal charge that he has, it doesn't matter what the state says because this is a federal order.
Right. I'm not
You
quite sure
understand
what
what
kind
I'm
of charge
saying?
it is. I'm not quite sure what charge it is, but I hear everything you're saying.
I think that's a good thing that people who have those things on their records are being pardoned.
I do too.
Because people are, yeah, because people are out here making millions, thousands, well, not millions off this as a business. And these people are there in jail, some of them in jail right now, some of them trying to get jobs out here in the streets. And because they have a record, they can't get the type of jobs they want and stuff. So
And why
I think it's a good idea. It's a good thing to do.
and why haven't you noticed as soon as they started slowly with these background checks for federal jobs, it seemed they expanded. Now for any job damn near that you apply for, even at McDonald's, they're doing background checks on you. And it's just like this is a system that they have to keep people unemployed and down because they need a certain amount of dysfunction to do the
Hmm.
things that they're doing in government that is keeping tax cuts for the rich people not paying any uh, uh, federal taxes, not paying any taxes on their business, and all these types of things. And see, if more people were allowed in the voting pool, and that's why so many states are fighting uh, to let people vote. Florida actually went out and arrested people who registered to vote. They, and people say that, oh, your vote don't mean anything. Your vote doesn't matter. Your vote absolutely matters, and that's why they keep trying to come up with ways to keep you from voting, because
Yeah, your vote
You
absolutely
get
matters. You see the
why do you
impact
stop?
on this local and state level all the time. I mean, you can look at the case of Breonna Taylor, in Kentucky, and
Hmm.
the attorney general could have fired.
Cameron Brown,
Right, but he's in the pocket of Mitch. What is it, Mitch McConnell?
McConnell,
Yeah,
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch
Hmm.
McConnell. So he didn't. Who voted him in? Right.
Yeah.
People who can vote, and I live in a state that is heavily African American. Um, they don't go out and vote at the local and state level, and then you wonder why the attorney general, the governor, all of these people who are making decisions for you on a day-to-day basis, you're wondering why things are not working out. Every state got a lot of money from the CARES Act for COVID-19, but where did that money go? I don't see it in this state anyway.
Ronique, when you're ready to start doing those types of conversations, you got mind your own. Mind your own. You'll be clicking panels more. I think you'll love it over by Ronnie Q's when she
What about
starts
me,
having those types of conversations.
Carrie? I think me and Ronnie have good chemistry. No?
Hold on,
Uh oh. Why not so quiet?
because I
Yeah,
almost choked on my ice cream.
but back to the prison conversation,
Yeah,
right?
you do have a good um chemistry and stuff. You can. It depends on what the topic is going to be, though.
What we have to remember is that prison is a multi-billion-dollar industry. They have to keep those beds full of people, and they have private prisons that, if they don't meet their quota, as far as them beds being filled up, the government has to pay those private prisons the money that they lack the prisoners. They will get sued. The private prisons will sue the government if they don't provide them with enough bodies in that bed to for their private prisons. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. I
That's a
think
fact. But go ahead.
okay. I'm not gonna argue with you because I don't think that's true, and my memory is kind of escaping me about the private prison thing. But I don't think that the government has to pay them if they don't keep the beds full. I think the problem is if they don't keep the beds full, that they contract out to these small towns, these small rural towns, and they offer them incentives to build a prison there, and then they can't meet their quota of jobs they're going to have because they have to do layoffs and things like that. But I know that for sure.
Right.
There was one prison that opened.
So,
It was in a small rural town, and it was supposed to be some big state of the art prison where, and that's another thing. They want to incarcerate more and more people, but they want to hire fewer and fewer guards to guard these people. Some of these prisons are actually using inmates to act as
yes,
lead
doing all the
dormitory
type of
people.
work there. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't want to hire staff, so they're building these private prisons as kind of like a vending machine type concept where
Mhm.
you need to have as few staff as possible. You look at some of these pods. You ever watch that show 60 Days In?
Yes, I've seen it.
And you notice that they have a pod and it's full of individual cells and one big day room. And it's usually two guards. And they're guarding like up to like 40 and 50 inmates.
And you
That's
wonder how they got such
crazy.
a small
Right.
number. I didn't know you watched that too, Ronnie.
Yes. And,
Well, remember there was a time too where people who went to prison could actually get an education, and
and a degree.
right, and all of that's gone.
Yeah. They
So
took that away.
in some states, this the
What
one where
was the reasons given for it being taken away? Because what's the
I don't
reason?
know the reasons that it was taken away, but it was definitely taken away.
weightlifting that was taken away.
Yeah, in California, they took all the weightlifting away. They make
Yeah,
makeshift weights out of cinder blocks and things like that to stay in shape. Any
Yeah.
type of thing.
they're not trying to help people reform when they get in there.
Exactly.
That's
Um,
not the goal of prison these days,
It's
right?
yeah,
recidivism. The
Yeah,
Yeah.
goal,
it's the
yes.
racist underpinnings that still, being
And
reflected.
then when you get out of prison, uh, you can't find a job, you
Hmm.
can't get in any public housing, and you can't get any government assistance like food stamps or anything else like that. So
Right.
what else are you going to do? See, that's the whole thing
engage
of
in criminal
trying to push
activity.
recidivism and back the person back into prison.
Exactly,
Right.
because
Because
they
they have
can't educate,
prisons.
they can't get access to an education anymore or
Hmm.
certification. They
Can't
don't
get a
get
Pell Grant.
training. You
Right.
Yep.
know,
You can't get a
they don't
student
come.
loan, grants,
Right.
anything.
They don't
Yeah.
come out with no skills or
No
nothing. And
skills.
then they're going to come out and they're going to still cause problems in society because if they can't find a way to feed their family or to feed themselves,
Hmm.
it's going to be a problem. Because they got this criminal record on their names. They can't find jobs and they're just going to end up doing criminal activities and going right back in there.
And the
This just
thing about
end
and the
up
thing
that way.
about it that I hate as well is that they let these big corporations come into these prison and use prison laborers to make their products. Like Harley Davidson has a big machine shop in one prison. One prison is the largest dairy farm in the United States. There's another prison that has the largest tilapia fish farm in the United States. And this is all done on prison labor. But let these prisoners get out of prison. There's no way they'll be able to go to work on a dairy farm because of the background checks and their past criminal record. Harley Davidson is not going to hire them to work to
One of his
machine
companies,
parts
right?
once they get out of prison. You know, the tilapia farmers more likely will not companies that do this farming of this tilapia is not going to hire them. So it's just like a catch 22.
It really is. And I think that some governors in some southern states actually use prison labor to do their yards,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Um, Other things they need done in the community.
Highway work,
Yes. So,
all types of things they're not supposed to use prisoners for.
Hooch agrees too. Ronnie Q.
I'm sorry.
Your dog agrees with us as well.
Yes, she does. And another thing, um, like you look at these, what was that prison in Mississippi? It is so rotten, and they people the flood cell and the water is waist deep. Is Angola is in Louisiana. Parchment prison. If you pull up Parchment Prison and Google the conditions of Parchment Prison in Mississippi, um, it is just like the conditions are subhuman, and there is no way. You're a ward of the state, and the state is supposed to provide you with a decent place to live. They have rats running all over the place. I mean, floodwaters up to their waist on a regular basis, and some of it is raw sewage. And these are the type of conditions that these prisons are in. It's just horrible.
But we want to lecture other countries on
What's the
human
name of the
rights
prison?
abuses.
Parchment
I'm
Prison
looking it up.
in Mississippi.
Oh, it came up. Let me see.
Yeah, we're good at lecturing other
Oh,
countries concerning human rights abuses, um, but we don't practice what we preach here.
do you know? 1 second. I don't want to be choking on my ice cream while I'm talking. Do you know that they say it was modeled after a slave plantation? I just pulled it up.
Yeah, that doesn't
Do you
surprise.
see? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just looked at the title that it says it's fashioned off it's modeled off a slave plantation. And you still got people who are there in the prisons. They're actually doing work or still working as if they're slaves there. I'm still going through the document. I'll be right back. Okay, well, one of the latest articles I found, and this is from the Washington Post, says the prison is considered unsafe. And they listed out a few of the conditions. Let me scan through it real quickly. They say it's severe, systemic, and exacerbated by chronically deficient staffing, like you were saying a while ago, Ronnie. There's not enough staff or the ratio of staff to prisoners is really low. So they're saying, let me scroll on real quick. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm not going fast enough. Hold on, I'll be back. They're saying that the people there are depressed because of the restrictive settings that they're under, the dilapidated conditions for long stretches of time. And because of that, they've tried harming themselves, cutting themselves, ingesting excess blood pressure pills, over medicating themselves. And the prison guards, they don't, evaluate them or, help help them out if they see that they need health evaluations and stuff. So like a lot of them are suffering from different mental health issues there. So they're saying the conditions there is really as bad. Ooh, some people died from strangulation. There are a lot of assaults in there, and they were saying that the people are being treated like real Lord inhumanely over there. So they are, as much as they are prisoners, they still deserve the right to be protected. You know what I'm saying? The conditions there are like really bad, and a lot of people have I'm seeing here also that there are lawsuits that are being filed against the prison on behalf of inmates. So it's a lot going on over there. I'm seeing. I'm gonna keep looking at the conditions because I had no idea until you spoke about it, Ronnie.
And just think, Carrie, that's one prison.
But I'm trying to find a part where she says there are rats and water and stuff. I really want to see. So like that article didn't give like enough justice for me.
Try Googling the bad conditions at Parchment Prison. Bad
Yeah,
living
that's
condition
better.
at Parchment Prison. They
Hmm.
should come right up. And then hit on photos and it should come right up.
Dang. Mm. And I'm eating ice cream. Hold on. Ew. Oh my god. Jeez. Guys in the chat, type in Parchment Prison bad conditions. Look at the toilets.
Can you
Look at
share
how
the
they gotta be
screen?
sleep. Oh, hold on. Oh, I didn't do it on my computer. Let me get closer
Oh,
to
okay.
it.
Okay, that's okay.
Mm-mm. Let's look at it.
Yeah, let's look at it because it's horrible.
Oh
It's
my god.
unbelievably horrible.
Let me close out my business stuff off this computer first.
Yes, please.
These people on here before I share the screen share. Mm-mm. 1 second, guys. You can talk in the meantime. I'll be right. My God. I know these people, some of them may be criminals and stuff, but good Lord. My God. I don't know. I'm shocked. And I was eating ice cream, guys. Hold on. Mm-mm. Okay, there we go. Let me know if you can see it, guys. Oh, Lord.
I can see it, but it's kind of small. I really can't make out the details of the horrid. I've seen it before. If you can click on one picture at a time, maybe we can see it. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Look at the condition of those toilets. Is it clear enough, guys?
Yes.
Oh my God. The walls are broken out, the tiles are gone. I'm seeing, based on this right here, you can see that rats and roaches have got to be living in that space. Then there's this pic over here where look at all these men on the ground, how they sleep. Look at this right here. Can you see that?
No, we can't see it. Maybe can you hit it
Hold, hold
like
on.
one picture at a time? There it
Okay,
is.
I will. Oh,
Yeah,
it's coming up right now?
there it is.
Jesus. And then, judging by the toilet right there, they may have water issues because one, two, three, four, five, six, seven of them in there on the ground sleeping.
And
They're not gonna.
you see the U pipe is laying on the floor.
Yes. How do they get? What do they? Oh, do they have? Are they using like containers? What are they doing? This is so horrible.
And do you see the picture where the place is flooded out and they're in all that deep water?
I feel so sad. Not because these people are criminals. Dang. Is it this one right here? Hold on. I'm gonna just click on each picture.
Yeah.
Oh, it's better that way. I'll be. Hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing for a while. I gotta check something. Right, Tamaril? I feel so bad. Mm, I gotta stop eating my ice cream right now because these are the conditions that human beings have to be living in. Doesn't matter what the situation is or why they got locked up in the first place. Nobody live like this. Is it showing? Why is it leaving? Whatever. Another tab open. Hold on. God, there we go. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Yes.
Joy says they stopped the guy's family. There's someone who, ooh, they couldn't go look for their family anymore because the guy got so skinny. Oh my God. Look at this right here. This is the one Ronnie was talking about.
Can you hit on it and make it bigger?
I gotta, it keeps opening another tab and then I still won't be
Okay.
able to share the other tab instead. There we go. Is it better? Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, but the pic doesn't come up for this one. Oh, there we go. Does it show?
I don't see the pictures. Okay, there they are. Are there more pictures on the article?
Mm-mm. Why doesn't it show the pics? That's the thing. We probably gotta look at it this way. Because when I clicked on, I didn't. This is not the article. This is just the pics that I have up. Ronnie, I just gotta show it this way.
Okay.
Because when I do click on the pics, it goes through and then Not a lot of pictures come up. Just the article just shows that one pic right there. But
Okay.
these are some of the look at this one right here. Let me zoom in. Look at that right there. This is an actual cell right here. And the wall is broken out. The ground, there are no tiles, no nothing on there. It's filthy. So what ooh, I'll be back. Is that the is Are you gonna be talking about things like these on your channel, Ronnie Q?
Yes, I am.
This one right here with those men on the floor, those five men, it also shows how much they have too many people in one cell. The
Mm-hmm.
population, they're overpopulated also. It shows that the amenities are deplorable. You can tell there's no running water, or they may have a limited amount of times they can flush. Just imagine the stench in that room right there. You know?
Uh, okay, Carrie, I'm gonna try to share my page with you.
Yeah, you do. Okay, go ahead. Let me look if I see it come up.
Oh, wait a minute. Take me down for a second, Carrie.
Make sure you check what you're putting up,
Take me
Ronnie
down for
Q.
a second, Carrie.
Hold, okay. Check that thing, because these people, they're ready to look and clip. And that's why I was a little bit afraid to show my screen a while ago. And this is how bad these people are in the sector that causes this shit. I guess one day I'll be leaving here one day.
What? You'll be leaving what?
The sector, this area, this space.
I can see that for you. I think
Yeah, like I can't be
I
here.
think you
This.
start here, but I think that if you continue,
Hmm.
you'll branch out.
Yeah, I'll do other stuff, and I won't be afraid to like share stuff. Not that I'm afraid,
Right.
but I won't have to think twice about sharing stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know why there's this obsession with people's personal lives.
Yeah. It also stems in to me a little bit, like this whole pop culture thing where we're so interested in what the celebrities are doing, what they're wearing, how they look. You go above and beyond just their music and acknowledging them for their talent and their creativity. You got to know how many children they have. You want to know more than what a fan needs to know. You need to know how many rooms they have, how their house, what's the name of their dogs, and it becomes news. The things that becomes news on here is just pretty dumb to me, and I guess that's why after a while I didn't care to be doing anything in the entertainment industry anymore, because things that don't matter seems to be a big deal on here. Hold on, let me see if Ronnie Q is ready. Okay, ready? Check your
Huh?
screen.
Yeah.
Okay, is it an article that you're on, Ronnie?
No, it's just the straight out pictures. I'm
Okay.
gonna. Is it? I just changed the picture. Did it change?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna go through some
Oh
pictures.
Lord.
Look at that.
Dang. Oh
Look at this.
Lord.
You see this day room full of all these people?
Mhm.
Now, can you imagine
Where?
If a
What?
fight broke out in there,
Oh man.
they have no privacy, no anything. That's when it was a way back in the day, and I think they
Plantation.
had better living conditions then.
My God.
It's like a
So
chain.
they gotta stay in that day room all day.
Hmm.
They don't have a lot of space. I can't imagine all the fights that happen there and how people have to be on the edge all the time. Because
Yeah,
they have those little gangs inside those prisons still. This, oh Lord, just imagine waking up to that every day.
and look how
I know
bony this man is. These sick
that one
people.
is a little bit small though.
Yeah, I
You
can't get
can't see
it.
that one. Okay. Oh,
Look at the
what
water.
that that is coming out of a pipe.
That's the
Oh
cell
my
water coming out of the
God.
cell.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
That's the
Oh.
look at this food. That's their meal.
Mm. And you
Look
wonder
at
why
this.
people do stuff to go back to jail.
Okay, I went too far. It's some more back this way. I want you to
I want to
see.
see the flood.
I do too. I'm gonna have to find it individually. Look at that.
Wow. And then normally it's the prisoners who are supposed to be cleaning. So what is happening? Is it that they're not giving them the resources to do it?
But the
What is
whole
it?
place is crumbling.
It is. But what about them having to be around all that filth though?
And look at all this sewer waste that is in this cell
Oh
right
my
here.
God. Who are the persons responsible for this and what have they been doing? Aren't reports generated? You know, aren't there visits that are made to, check on these facilities? Man. And you can't tell me it's the prisoners that are making the place the way it is. The building is obviously old and they have not been oh man. What is that part? What is that? I can't
That's
tell.
that's a bathroom, and that looks like three sinks. Two of them have already fallen off the wall. The one in the middle is off the wall. It looked like it has some tape up there on it. It's just crazy.
So inhumane. Inhumane conditions, I mean.
Look at the rats.
Oh man. Well, they have easy access because look at all the walls crumbling and stuff. They got easy access and stuff.
Yeah, so it's like, let me
Imagine you
see.
sleeping in these rooms every day.
Yeah, go on and talk. Let me see if I can find the flooding.
God, I feel so sick looking at these stuff. I had to put
And
my ice cream away because things
I'm
are
sorry. I'm
that
sorry, Gary. Gary said I had to put
is why
my
I
ice
was
cream
fumbling
away.
at the beginning because I was eating while I was listening to you talk.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's the flooding in the kitchen. You see this?
Wow.
That's water, that red stuff.
Hmm.
Because Mississippi ground is wet, is red, so that's red mud water. Could be sewer water. Yeah, it's crazy.
So who is responsible for all this?
The state of Mississippi, that's a
No, but
state prison.
what?
Now, the state of Mississippi is the poorest state in the United States, and this is one of their prisons. Jay Z uh, was giving some money to this prison to help rebuild this prison and get it up to par. Now, the poorest prison, the poorest state in the land. However, Brett Favre was able to get over $4 million to build a volleyball stadium for his daughter because she was going to Mississippi, not Ole Miss, but a college in Mississippi, and she was on the volleyball team. So they shuffled over $4 million to him to build a volleyball stadium, which he is well capable of doing on his own because he was making 120 some million when he retired from football alone. That didn't
Mm.
include his advertising dollars. But the state of Mississippi took welfare money, paid Brett Favre, paid over 4.8 million to build a volleyball stadium because his daughter was going there. They additionally paid him another 1.4 or $6 million to go on radio and different places to advertise this stadium to get more people in the college, which he never did. He just pocketed the money. And then when the big blow up came out, he returned the money, the 1.2 or $4 million, but he did not return the interest. In the meantime, the governor and they have he said he didn't know it was coming from the welfare fund, but they in fact have text messages of him asking the lady who was over all of the welfare in the state of Mississippi, would there be any chance that the media will find out where this money is coming from? And she guaranteed him it
Oh
would not,
wow.
but she was wrong. Now, she and her son, who also worked at the welfare over the welfare in Mississippi, are both getting jail time for the fraud that they created by stealing money and misappropriating this welfare money to people who did not need it. And meanwhile, you have the governor of Mississippi who approved all of this and told this woman to do all of this, saying that he's making the poor people do some type of work, some type of community service or whatever, to let them know that things are not just handed to you in Mississippi. You got to do your fair share and you got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps
But they
at the
handed him
same
money
time.
though. But
Exactly.
they handed him money though.
The
Brett or
former
whatever his
governor.
name is. But
The former governor.
they handed
Hmm.
Fred money though. You
Yes.
know.
And he's a multi-millionaire.
You
But
see
they
how
don't want to
life
give poor
works?
people, yeah, it's crazy.
And he was the
I'm
story
seeing.
till Kyrie Irving came along. Um,
Oh
the media
God.
was sort of covering the
And the
Brett
fact that he was asking if the
stuff.
media would. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I think I was speaking over you. Go ahead. Mind your own.
Oh, I was just saying that it was garnering some attention before Kyrie Irving came along, right? And then they quickly, oh, dismissed Favre's what he's done in Mississippi, and they focused on Kyrie Irving. So
And
So
it's
you're gonna tell me the $1 million man can't afford to build his own stadium? He
correct.
knew what he was doing. Oh Lord, who is this in the back? I've never seen this name before. He knew what he was doing when he asked, whether or not the media will find out, because he knew for a fact that what he was doing was misappropriating money, was taking money to do frivolous things. While people are there, the resources could have been used to, in other areas that would be needed, whether it is for funding schools, whether it is for improve the facilities at the prisons, whether it is to build recreational areas, whatever it is, it could have been used for different things for different people. There is somebody in the back. Lunadil Estiquita. I'm not sure.
banner time.
I'm. Uh, what is he talking about? Let me not read this back chat. Isaiah, is that you? That's a real question. I'm not gonna do this. Go ahead, Ronnie Q.
Yeah, so it's just, and everybody want to say that, oh, people are don't want to do anything for their money. You don't want to do anything for yourself. You need resources to do things for yourself. And if they start taxing these corporations, if they would close that bill that they passed that allows people to donate unlimited funds to people's campaigns and make them campaign the hard way by going out, reaching out to the voters, and as opposed to getting all their campaign ads funneled by these large corporations who want favors once these people get in office. They're, you know, they owe their whole jobs to these corporations, and when they get in office they come back to collect. See, this is the whole problem with our whole system that we have set up here is totally
Set
not
up to
working.
profit off.
It's
It's set
corrupt.
up to profit off the poor. So they're
Hmm.
gonna. This seems just like slavery days when they used to, they didn't want to release some people, the slaves or the enslaved, I should say. And
Hmm.
what they did was claim this system called apprenticeship. Oh, we're teaching you how to do this. But guess what? They've always been there on your plantations working. Oh, you're teaching them and then you're paying them little or nothing. So you all this time you are making money. You are making all this money using human resources, these people. And then when it's time to release them, to emancipate them, you are saying, oh, you're teaching them how to do this, how to survive on their own because you're releasing them. And you made them have to work like triple hard to make some money, to
For
be able to
you.
take care of themselves for them. So at the end of the day, it is still the same thing in my mind. It's the same thing. It's like a whole Robin Hood type of situation. You're robbing people to do things, well, things that are not even important.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And then you're gonna make it seem as if black people are the type of people they don't want to work for what they get. They don't want to work hard, you know. But you can be able to get millions of dollars to do. Hey, I also read somewhere that he was doing what's it called? Giving millions to do speeches and he never even attended those speeches. Did you see that?
Yes. Yes. That, yeah. Hmm. Now there's also this new
This
trend in New
man
York
is all
City.
about money. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's a trend in New York City going on to build the tallest, thinnest building because they don't have any real estate to make new builds, so they're building buildings on top of already existing buildings. And so there's this thing called, I forget, it's kind of like Billionaires Row, where they have these double digit $1 million condos and stuff. Some of them are 3 or 4 stories and the whole 9 yards. But there's something like 89% unsold because there isn't even a market, but they have so many of them, and they're just creating these tall structures for these billionaires. And they can't even sell enough of them, but they're continuing to build them. And what you have is a lot of foreigners who come in and buy them, a lot of people who buy them for vacation homes and stuff. But why are you building all of these houses for billionaires when they're like the 1%, less than 1% of the population, when you have all this homelessness going on, and but you can never find any money to build housing for the poor and the homeless. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. But as soon as a war breaks out, we're sending billions and
They
trillions
got
of
money.
dollars over to a different country to help them
Hmm.
fight these wars and things like
Yet
that,
you have no
going
money.
going on into useless 20-year war with Iraq and Afghanistan, leaving all this equipment shipping over. You should have seen the stacks of money. It will boggle your mind, the stacks of money that they were sending out on airplanes to Iraq. It would boggle your mind. I'm trying to
Right.
like figure out the size. It's like bigger than a dining room table and maybe twice as wide. A dining room table that would seat like 8 people, twice as
Yeah.
wide. Just
Mm.
nothing but $100 bills stacked up higher than your shoulders is going out on an airplane to be dropped in Iraq.
Wow.
You understand what I'm
Wow.
saying? Just
They got money to
ludicrous
do
amounts.
other stuff, but can't, invest in programs that are going to help the poorer people in the country. As a
They're
matter
not
of fact,
interested in helping.
once you alleviate, these systems or alleviate the poor, by putting in certain program. Hold on,
Mm-hmm.
this dog.
Yeah, they're not
I
interested.
gotta mute when he comes out with his noise.
Oh, they're not interested in helping the poor. Obviously,
No.
they're just interested in keeping this divisive atmosphere in this
Mm-hmm.
country. Uh, and frankly, a lot of people, unfortunately, are falling for it.
And they keep using these buzzword entitlement programs. The Republicans want to do away with Social Security so bad. Now they're not saying it boldly. They're saying they just want to review it every 5 years and see if it's still viable. They want to review it every 5 years. Are you serious? You know how many the older generation is expected to grow immensely between now and 2034. There are going to be I forget, 40% of the population is going to be over 65. 40% of the population is going to be over 65. They are building all these high end nursing homes where if you have a home that's worth something, they'll take your home, all your possessions, and all this type of stuff, and you can live in one of these high end nursing homes. But what if you are somebody who is living in an apartment, don't have all this type of money? These state nursing home facilities are horrible. They have no regulations, there is no per person nurses per person number that has to be met so they can work these nursing homes short staffed, which means these patients needs are not being met, they're not being changed, their wounds are not being taken care of, all this type of stuff. There's no regulation hardly on nursing homes. So 40% of our population are going to be looking at living on social security or living in a nursing home, but they're trying to take social security away from the American people. And see, people think that voting doesn't mean anything. Well, this midterm election, the president was not on the ballot, but your school superintendent was on the ballot. Your prosecutor and DA was on the ballot. Your sheriff was on the ballot. These are people who charge people, overcharge people, or choose not to charge people, who say, no, don't lock up people in my jail on drug charges. No, we're not going to charge people for obstruction as a solitary charge. You have to have, like these cops who arrest people, you're arrested for obstruction because they don't like your attitude, and that's your only charge. We're not going to charge anybody for obstruction as being the single charge. See, that's the way you change things, and that's the way you keep these jail cells from being full of people, by getting the DA to not overcharge people, not charge people on these trumped up charges that the police officers are arresting people with. See, that's where your vote matters in these small elections too. They're talking about taking, in Texas, they have put on the books that you can only teach about the KKK if you do not say that the KKK, if you add no moral value to what the KKK did. So you can teach about the KKK, but you cannot say that they were wrong in what they did. All this type of stuff. And see, that's why it's important to vote for your school superintendent, your school representative, these types of things that be on the midterm election. But you have all these people, oh, voting don't mean anything. Well, they're taking history out of school. Florida, they have a 3-page slide that they have on slavery. The main history textbook in Texas actually called slaved involuntary immigrants.
Right, right. Um, there's just such an incredibly misinformed misunderstanding of what critical race theory is, because that's what this is all about. They got
Exactly.
taught about critical race theory. That is only taught in law schools.
Exactly.
So suddenly slavery became critical race theory.
Mm-hmm.
The history of women became critical race theory. The history of Native Americans became critical race theory. So anything that is not about Caucasians, frankly, is critical race theory. And you have
But
a lot of people. I wonder if they're going to take the Irish out of history
mhm.
and how they treated the Irish or the Italians. I don't know.
But
And this is why
but
Ronnie
see,
Q is saying that you gotta vote,
they
you
need to be
know.
challenged because you know what you said, anything about slavery, this, that, and that. No, that is not critical race theory. But they want you to believe that
Exactly.
it's critical race theory. Like it was so many people talking about CRT this past election. I don't want my I don't want my kid learning critical race theory. Well, your kid is in the fourth grade. That is a law school a graduate degree class. I was so your kid is not going to be learning that, and then you have the politicians going along with it. But in these bills that they wanted to pass to stomp down your rights, in nowhere in these bills was the word critical race theory. When they were taking textbooks out of the school based upon critical race theory that they're telling you, but in the actual bill, there's nothing about critical race theory in the bill because they know critical race theory is a graduate program and it's not being taught in your schools. But it's rhetoric that they give you to sell you to give up your rights.
Right. It really
Then you
is.
see this
And you
comment.
know, Ronnie Q, I think, and Carrie, the universities, especially the HBCUs, they're really going to feel it because a lot of states are passing these laws saying, okay, well, if you have an African American studies major, for example, then there are certain things that you can't teach um, in the African American studies major. So a lot of HBCUs are going to be impacted by all of this.
Do you see this comment on the screen by No Pressure? I was in Nashville, Tennessee for a conference and saw a billboard about vote no for slavery on the books. What is so what is so pressing right now that you think that a portion of history should be removed from the curriculum, should be removed from the books? Why do you think so? Why do you
Because
think
It's
I'm
all
sorry.
about control.
hmm and if you don't know your history, what happens?
you'll
Yeah.
end
What's
up
the saying?
repeating it?
You're bound to repeat it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes,
And that is why
that's
they're
why.
wiping it away. That is
And
what it's a form of control. You think they
that's
don't
why.
know what they're doing? They know
hmm
why they're doing this.
Yes,
They
and
know why.
okay. There's also this. This is my next topic, so I'm not gonna go too deep into it with you guys. But this is what my next show about. There's also this thing about it's called pronatalist movement. Anybody know what that is? Pronatalist, not
Mm-mm.
nationalist, natalist.
Mm-mm.
It's basically designer babies. In 2010, Silicon Valley was highly invested into extending the human lifespan. But since then, they have gone on to be more concentrated on uh, the genome prediction, which means that they want to be able to program what goes into your DNA to bring out a certain outcome of baby, which they think is going to be the ultimate genetic human. So, do you think that your coily hair is going to be on there? Do you think your brown skin is going to be on there? Do you think your big lips and your wide
Big
nose is going to be on there?
nose.
Do you think any Afrocentric traits are going to be on
Feature.
there?
This
Mm-mm.
sounds very much like eugenics.
Yes,
Mm-mm.
Darwinism. Yes, and eugenics. Exactly. So that yeah, that's what I'm going to be talking about on my next show.
Well, I look forward to that.
You
Yeah.
know who is going. I can just see Miss Olivia clicking that link. That sounds like something she'd love to be a part of. And who
So
else? Yeah.
well, it's been nice talking to you. I'm gonna go back in the chat. Nice talking to you, kind to me.
Thank you, Ronnie Q. I appreciate you.
All right. And
Mind your
talking
own.
over you, kind to me. I'm so
Mind
sorry.
your own. It's mind your
I
own.
mean, mind your own.
I
I'm
don't think
sorry,
kind
mind
to
your
me
own.
comes over here
"Quote
anymore.
unquote, me too, Ronnie Q."
A lot of people stop
Carry
coming
on.
over here for that woman. So yeah. I
All right.
appreciate you.
Well,
You know
it's
I
been
like when you come up here, Ronnie Q. I can't wait to hear your discussions, because you come here with versatility, different content. Well, you already told us that that's what you'll be doing. So I look forward to seeing the type of material you come with.
Okay.
Support.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayon.
Okay, I'm going to drop down too, Carrie. I know we
Yeah.
started, I came up here to talk about something, then we deflected, and I don't know if you
And it
lost your
was a good
audience. Sorry
conversation
if
too.
you did lose your audience. That
No,
was,
I don't be caring like that. Maybe
yeah.
next year, not right now.
Yeah, but maybe it was ultimately to bring it back a little bit to what I initially came up here for. I think this time away for Heat Wave is good. And I hope she gets a lot of rest and some reflection. And that's basically it. I appreciate you're always allowing me to click your link and get up because you're the only one I'll do it for.
I
But that
appreciate
says a
it.
lot about you, right? There are a lot of people like me, but we're not clicking the links because, as you can tell, I'm not with the beefing. I don't do it well. So a lot of static. I know I do in the chat rooms, but when I get on a panel, I really don't want to discuss it. Um,
Yeah, that's okay. And I appreciate you for coming
Open
up, mind
to
your
other
own.
conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're always welcome to come up whenever you want to. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
I hope
Thank
you
you
have
so
a great.
much.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the conversation. So I want to thank you, Mind Your Own. I want to thank Ronnie Q, Behind the Bar, Jill's Comfort Zone. I even want to say thanks to what's her name that came up here before? Not
Joyce?
5'9", Joyce, right.
Yeah.
Joyce was up here too. Who else was up here? Did anybody else click the link? I think Janet was trying to come up. Nina is here. Nina, you're gonna enjoy Ronnie's next show. Okay. You're
She.
gonna and make sure you have your notification because I think you like those types of topics. Um, so Ronnie Q, I can't wait to see the type of content she comes with. So
Yeah.
that should be fun. So
Hmm.
look, I think she's coming on tomorrow. Am I right, Ronnie Q? It was a good one. It sure was.
Okay, I'm gonna hop down.
Okay. And mind your own. Make sure you're over there too. And you, I'm pretty sure if Ronnie Q drops the link, you can click her link too and join in the conversation. Um, thank you so much, mind your own. I appreciate it.
All right.
I haven't seen you in a while, Nina. Am I right? I haven't seen you in a while. We started off the show today talking about the whole situation with heat wave and stuff. I'm not privy to all the commentary, the different commentary on the different channels, but I did hear some of what Heatwave had to say. I was at work today when she went live, so I kind of missed, so I had to read ball through it a bit. You know, um, I am hoping for her sake that things don't get too messy between the parties involved. Let's put it that way. Also, a few people said they are predicting that it's a possibility that those two persons, Heatwave and the other person, would get back together. It may happen, it may not. But then the disrespect that was shown, there's not much coming back from that because once she disrespects you, you know where it's going. You know what I'm saying? Also, oh, you had some fun life events today. That's cool. Thank you, no pressure. And I want to thank Ronnie Q and Ronnie Q, Behind the Bar, Jill's Comfort Zone, Mind Your Own. I don't want to leave anybody's name out. Um, Joyce came up here also. Ronnie Q, Mind Your Own, Behind the Bar, Jill's Comfort Zone. Yeah. So I want to thank you guys for also contributing. You did contribute to most of the conversation, and I appreciate it and the chat seemed to love it, you know, because you had people participating in the conversation today. Nina, well, I heard about you on your nails and stuff, so I guess you've really been having some fun life events. And I'm going to use the word life there to say some stuff has been going on for you, girl. Congratulations. Or should I be saying congratulations? Just let me know. you right, you like the bushes too?
She said life is beautiful. Well, I guess that is enough. I don't know if congrats are in order, if congratulations are in order, but you know what? I'm happy you're living a good life and stuff. It is quite interesting here in the YouTube streets sometimes. Sometimes when there are when things get too much or too out of control, it's always good for you guys to, tap out for a bit, whether it is to get off YouTube or to go to like other areas of YouTube, where you could get entertainment. There are thousands, millions, I want to say, of channels out there. YouTube is this a wide space. We don't have to, box ourselves in this area only and not think, you know, about other areas that you can explore. That's all I'm saying. And then most of the arguments on here is because people are always seeking something, seeking an issue with people, even when there's none, even when it could be solved by a simple conversation, you know? So half of the stuff that happened on here, it could have been dealt with in a different way if people not only communicated with each other, but took the time out to try to understand, to comprehend what was being said, what was happening. And also, if some people were only forthright, be honest, you know? Don't be going around the bushes and and not telling people how you truly feel about something, you know? So now things seem to be, I don't know. I don't know which direction it's going to go, but I'm hoping that people learn from what is happening. It doesn't matter how close you may be with a person on here or how you may fight for a person on here. There are times when people are going to be very unappreciative, and some of them don't know any better because they didn't grow up with certain morals, certain standards, certain values in life. So they're not going to see where and when they go wrong. It just is what it is. Okay. So not did it you do you call yourself punky? Because I've seen punky a lot in the chat. You refer to yourself in third person, I guess. Punky. Well, anyways, I'm hoping that the subscribers learn that it doesn't matter how hard you bat for a person, it goes away in the blink of an eye. Some people definitely do not have the capability, they don't have it within themselves to respect people. They don't know how to, show love or be loved. Some people, they can't help themselves because they're always engaged in some toxic um or some situation that, it's a lot of drama. I call them, like I was saying today, they are drama magnets, and they are always in some toxic situation. They can never go, just have a regular day, a regular week. There has to be some drama. There has to be something going on. There has to be something, you know, wrong. There has to be something going on, or they don't feel like they're living. Yes, Tamara, let me read from my thumbnail. Let me find it. Um, my thumbnail says it all. The drama magnet. Some toxic people are magnets for drama. Something is always wrong, and of course, once a problem is solved, another one emerges. So they're always looking to start something. They don't like the peace, they don't like the quiet, they can't deal with it. Let me continue to read. Hold on. They only want your empathy, sympathy, and support, but not your, hold on, advice. It's too small from that thing right there. Let me read it again. My thumbnail says drama magnet. And we do have some drama magnets here in YouTube, in this area here that we're at. There are some people who are magnets for drama. Something is always wrong. And of course, once a problem is solved, another one emerges. They only want your empathy, sympathy, and support, but not your advice. You offer help and solutions, but they never seem to want to fix anything. Drama magnets are victims and thrive in a crisis because it makes them feel important. If someone is a beacon for adversity, watch out. You might one day become part of their drama. And you got quite a number of people on here who are beacons for adversity. Quite a number of people out here who are magnets for drama. They find it anywhere it is, and if there's none, they make it because they'll go looking for something to say. Oh, you see this? You need to see that. This is what this person was doing. You know, they are drama magnets. That is what they are. Yeah, oh yeah, Kenna, and they also want your money because that's all they see you as, somebody who could provide them with some money. Isaiah, we didn't really have a topic per se. We were talking about the situation over there with heat wave. So the what's next here is, where is this gonna go? How far is this gonna go? That's why I asked. So what's next? Because we see that stuff is coming out, but where is it gonna go? How far is it gonna go? Is it gonna end soon? Is it gonna get resolved? Are the parties gonna is it gonna escalate to something else? What is gonna happen? We don't know. And that is why I say what's next. But the main thing I want for you guys to realize is there is nobody on here that you should um put too much trust in. Who's going on a vacation? I wish I could. Shit. I wish I could just buy tickets and go wherever I wanted, whenever I wanted. Okay. Just remember, you may be fighting people's battles today, and tomorrow they'll dump you like you never existed. You may, especially, and I'm saying this especially to some of these people who frequent the chats. They'll come over and they'll see you and they'll watch what you're doing. Then they'll go over to another channel. Oh, and she said this and she's doing this because they want to stir up drama. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Ronnie, I hope she's okay too. I really do. Yeah, because people have a way of showing their true colors, and it's not like you want them to have like sympathy for you or to whatever. But notice this is the second time around for me. I was going through what I was going through, and somebody took the opportunity to, act a certain kind of way. I won't speak on it. And now Heatwave is going through the same thing. My condolences to you, Heatwave. I don't even think she told you that, but she wanted you to come click her link though. And I'm pretty sure she heard when you spoke about it in your live. You know what I'm saying? So this just goes to show how some people are. You just can't help them. You can't help them. You can't help that they're over half a century, and still haven't gotten it yet. And you can only hope and pray that you never get to those age and act that way. You know what I'm saying? But then again, if your foundation is solid, you'll be fine. See what I'm saying? Tamaril says, I hope it's done. I've been here for years. Nothing is ever done. They're still talking about things from 4 years ago. That's true. That's true, Tamaril. That is true. Isaiah says, I go to other channels to listen, and next thing I know, it's time to clock out and go home. Yeah, sometimes that does work for me, especially during the pandemic. I had a little bit more time on my hands, so I would be in a lot more chats at the time. And then sometimes it depends on what is happening. It'll get me through my work day, to just listen to other people and get yeah, girl, yeah, Indigo. Yeah, Indigo, I still am. I never ever intend to be here, but I end up being here. It's cool. So long as I didn't fall asleep, we're good. Okay. You're right, Kenna. If a person is a friend offline, then she should call. But guess what? Everybody kept saying, so why doesn't Heatwave call? Why did she call? Why doesn't she call her instead of going on her live and doing subliminals? Why didn't the other person call? Why is it the onus just on Heatwave to make the call? You know? And, I think I heard, I don't know what, correct me if I'm wrong, that the last time she spoke to her was in October. But even before that, she was always giving her the cold shoulder. And somebody who claims they're living in their truth, living in, what was the name? Living my truth or living in their truth. They are a whole lie. A whole lie. Living in my truth. That's the name. Living my truth. Whatever. Don't even remember the full thing. Living my truth. That's a part of your name. That's a part of your channel name, and you're such a fucking liar. Which part of you is living your truth? You're not a true friend to nobody but yourself. You're not a true friend to nobody, whether or not it was just online associates, whether or not it was just somebody you spoke to from time to time. You are not living your truth. If you didn't want the lady to speak to you, you could have said it up front. Say it up front. You could have done that. But no, you like sensationalism. You like the limelight. So you'll do anything. You would do anything to make sure that your name is in the limelight, that you got certain type of people talking about you and stuff, and you will hurt other people and move on like nothing happened. That's how you are. And that is why a lot of these content creators, or I should say YouTubers on here, they have their moments that they rise and they're on top, but the fall is even harder. You should take that name off about living my truth. There's nothing truthful about you. The truth is not in you. Okay? I don't care if she said me and Heatwave cursed out Christopher W. If I cursed him out, why would he be on my panel sometimes, especially when we're doing karaoke and stuff? You know, quite a number of the supporters, even one of them clicked on the link to say no. I was even looking at the old video today and could see some of the people. I don't know. I could see some of the people's comments on there saying he shouldn't be wanting to meddle in her personal business, with her personal info and getting all that. And maybe she wouldn't have been happy about it. So if people wanted to give their views on him doing it or not, that's their business. Why do people have to think and feel the way you do? You know? It just is what it is. We gotta practice tolerance and understand that everybody don't think and feel the same way about everything. People get upset on here when people don't think the way they think or see stuff the way they see. I look at the glass half full and half empty. I look at all parties and how they feel. You know? Right, Indigo? She got to see her for herself. Yep. Yeah. And then I continue to say that I don't know what type of friendship they had before this, so I can't speak like I know because I don't. I only speak on what I observed, like little stuff I hear when they talk on the panel. And I'm not even talking about 2022. Let's go back to 2021, 2020. Look at how she was with Heatwave. Oh, my Heatwave. Oh, my baby. Oh, my Heatwave. Oh, and my heat wave rides for me. She rides for me. And then she talk all of those stuff because Heatwave was always defending her. Where is that? Oh, my Heatwave. Where is that right now? That woman did nothing to her. And you notice Heatwave was making sure she didn't you know, say certain stuff. I think she was measuring her words because she got to think about it before, you know. But it is what it is. We don't know which direction it's gonna go. I said So what's next? So we're all waiting to see what's next. You know what I'm saying? Isaiah, I didn't even realize your surname. Ooh, you sure you want to go out like that, Isaiah? They say we cussed Christopher W out. That is so interesting. That is so interesting. So interesting, I tell you. Watching from Cloud9 says, I've been on here for 3 years and everyone has a problem. Hold on. Watching from Cloud9 says, I've been on here for 3 years and everyone has a problem with Christopher W. He has not approached me wrong because I just speak and keep it moving. Okay. Hey, Lady Steph. And I heard that I have a fake accent. So I'm going to try to practice some other accent for next week because I have a fake accent. And apparently, these people grew up with me and they know my business and my family life. Here goes Christopher in here. Christopher says, nobody said anything about you or Heatwave cussing me out. It was Corio L and somebody else. Okay. There we go. But then somebody said it in the chat that somebody's saying that I cussed you out. Okay. Please hit the like. Thank you. And also donate. Did I sound like Clyde? Hey, good night. Thank you. Yeah, that's Christopher. Yep. Christopher, my baby. Oh, my baby, Christopher. Everybody who's been her baby. Oh, yes. I like this. Yes. Oh, oh. And you know what? Not yet, Cly. And you know what? And the funny thing is the fact that they said they have receipts also goes to show. So let's wait to see what comes out of that, Cly. You know what I thought about today? And I want you guys to think about it too. Look at this, right? Look at this. Cly, I just spoke about Cly Diva over there in what they call it, the black sector, I think. Can any of you recall how you got to meet Cly Diva? Many of you found out about Clyde Diva because of Tracy. Do you remember how borderline obsessed with Clyde Diva she was? I think she's adorable. She's beautiful. And she liked talk about how she dressed and she liked everything about her. She used to mod and be over there and everything. Do you guys remember? Good night, Isaiah. I'm leaving here in 6 minutes. Do you guys remember that? How she was with Clyde Diva over there? It's the same thing she is doing with MU. Oh, I adore her. I adore her. That's all she used to say. I adore Clydiva. And then when these people are trying to break up in the think about it. Think about it. Think about how you all got to know about Clydiva. It was through who? Tracy, right? Think about how she used to say she loved her and stuff and whatever, and then go back and think about how they ended up separating and how they started cussing each other out and how she started doxing her and speaking badly about her children and stuff. It's the same thing. Do not act like you don't see the same thing coming up. It's the same thing, the same type of attention she was given to Clydiva and how she was causing problems as a moderator over there with the other mods and stuff. Look at that. Now she's all up in MU's asshole. So pretty soon the adoration that she has for MU is gonna turn into her talking about her being a druggie, talking about her and her children and everything. She's going to do the same thing just as she did with Clydiva. This same type of obsession and stuff that we're seeing now with MU. Watch, wait, and see. Okay. Christopher W says, for the record, it was not very Carey, it was Heatwave. Hmm. Madame Scorpio says, I'm talking about him getting Tracy out of jail. You guys said you got it. It was on the live. He had came up and said he tried he I think he called to find out about it, and I don't remember if he said he didn't have the money to do it and they're also going to need certain types of information and stuff. And then some of the pieces were saying that they don't know if Tracy would be happy about him doing it. But I guess he was just trying to help. Some people are saying he was just being nosy and stuff. The live is still up, so you guys can go on and see what's going on. The live is still up. I'll tell you what the name of the live is, and you can go watch it for yourself. Okay. I get it watching from Cloud9. Yep, it was kind of weird. But she was over there saying, I adore Clyde. I adore her. Oh my God, I love her. And they just don't like her. Her skin is beautiful and this and that. And then look at that today. She's all type of bitches. She's this, she's that. Her kids are this. She lives in a little this. And she has the whole works to say about her when she was cussing her out. You just continue to count those green bottles standing on the wall and watch and wait to see the next episode when it comes to MU. It's the same thing. There's nothing different. Absolute nothing. And then she's going to move on to the next point of conversation or person or thing that there will be constant what's it called? Constant quote content unquote because she just got to be where the limelight is. That's just her thing. She has to be where the limelight is. And that is why even when Goosey had blocked her from his chat, she just really wanted to be where the limelight was. So she'd go make a troll page to go over by Goosey's channel. What do you think about that? That was her wanting to make sure she was in the limelight at the time. Because over by Goosey's channel was where it was at the moment. She has to be where the limelight is. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Chris says it was not you or Heatwave. So I guess he made a correction. It was not myself or Heatwave. Watching from Cloud9 says, I don't think you did anything. You're cool, Christopher. Right, mind your own. Right, there we go. And then they have their own narrative spinning over there. Oh, and if it was the girl. Yeah, right? Calling the cops for a wellness check on Clydiva. And this is the person she said she adored. And why do you think I would be feeling any type of way when people, oh, she needs to make up with Carrie? Make up with who? Make up with who? Me? I didn't even entertain that. Girl, girl, girl. You know what? We just got to keep watching to see what happens. And I hope people see this as a lesson. No matter how people act like they like you or say they love you, take it with a grain of salt. Okay? Appreciate it, yes, but you got to still also remember that they're humans and they may change at the drop of a hat. Okay? And also just don't feel bad about it. Like I don't know. I just can't. Watching from Cloud9 says, I'm not interested in watching a half naked woman sitting on her bed talking shit. Yeah, they call CPS on the woman's children. That was not good. It was crazy though. There were both of them going at each other. Imagine her being over there, being a mod, talking about Clyde Diva, doing news on her, and then a fallout happens. Everybody seems to forget that fallout. It was major. It was a big fallout. Just try to remember it. And then there was that same time when China Doll passed. And then look at that. Look at that. Clyde Diva started talking about Tracy doing her so-called checks. What they call that thing when they're trying to, what they calling, right? It slipped me. I'm tired. Checking IP addresses, talking about how fake and all of that shit that China Doll was Tracy, or Tracy was using China Doll's account and all of that shit. Then you got, she was over there talking about her not taking care of her kids and all sorts of stuff. And that was the same girl who said, I adore Clyde Diva. I love her. And they're just trying to cause problems between me and her. Watch and see how soon you're going to hear about the same thing over there with MU. I adore Misunderstood. I'll never do so and so. I'm just here to support her. Just the same thing. You're modding over there, I hear. And it's the same thing you did over Clydiva. It's gonna happen again. We'll just continue to count until the day comes. Not that I care, because I really don't. But I'll hear about it. Okay? I'll hear about it. Yeah. Okay. Madame Scorpio, you're saying that she's a person who said it this morning over there on that woman's channel that we cussed out Christopher. I'm not even going over there to find that, see if it's true, because I really don't care. But I appreciate you, because people are gonna see it, and people, maybe there are other people like you, Madam Scorpio, who actually did hear. You see what I'm saying? But then at the end of the day, people's actions will show and tell who they are, and it just is what it is. Okay. Mm-mm. I can't deal with people who are friends today, enemies tomorrow, friends again, battling it out, calling cops on people, trying to prove stuff and, show information, friends again, you know. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I never learned. And if I didn't learn or no, or I kept myself away from that while attending school, you know, if I kept myself away from those types of toxic relationships or friendships or situations, I did a really good job as a child not to do that. So I don't see why, as an adult, I'm going to engage in that kind of crap. Okay. Oh, yeah, Kenna. As long as she pays. I adore MU. It's just that, people just always want to try to find problems and, you know, whatever. Girl, please. Girl, bye. Oh, yeah. Okay. You can type it in the chat, but other people will go look for it, but I won't, because I'm definitely not going over there. She'll be my bushes, but I definitely won't be in hers. Okay. Be up in people's bushes all the time. She knew Heatwave was over here. She knew Heatwave had gone live and did her commentary. That means she was there in the bushes. That means she saw when I went live and Heatwave was on my panel. She knows what she is doing. She's trying to stir something up for some content. And I don't care. I'll always say I'm just here for right now. Maybe next year I'll try to do different things, for my channel. I'll care a little bit more about numbers or whatever. But for right now, I'm good. I'm just coming on here when I can. It just is what it is. Yes, behind the bar. They don't, Kenna. They don't have friends offline. So this is their life on here. This is their life. This is the only thing they know. They cannot go out and have regular interactions with people, because guess what? They're so accustomed to being on here, being in everybody's business, carrying news all over the place about people, being an agent of chaos. They can't go and form good girl. Oh, that's cute. I wouldn't say study. I just heard it. It's heard it enough times, you know. Yeah. Right, Lisa. Just be mindful of the type of people who you're around. I don't want to be around people who 1 minute you're positive, the next minute you're engaging in negative stuff. 1 minute you're a victim, the next minute you're a villain. You know, I don't got time for that shit. Be your authentic self. I don't want to have to deal with people who have to be worried about what I say around them or what I do around them and be on eggshells. I try to live a nice, humble, peaceful, quiet life. And I intend to continue doing so because it has been working for me with my nice, peaceful, comfortable, peaceful, humble life, you know, quiet. I'm reserved most of the times. And it has done wonders for me because I've never been to jail, never had to be fighting people, you know, never got caught up in anything or make wrong, you know, make certain types of moves that I'll regret later on because I've always tried to keep a cool head in whatever I do. It pays. It pays. And not everybody loves to be seen. Okay. Not everybody loves attention. Not everybody's always trying to find where the drama is so I can be a part of it. I don't got time for that shit. Never learned how to do it before, and I never will. Okay. You're so welcome. Have a good night. Mind your own. I think that's it for now. Vibrant Low said she listened to us and she was able to decorate her tree and listen in. Okay. All right, guys. Veronica Q and Mind Your Own and Behind the Bar had a good conversation. Please also, if you have not yet subscribed, oh, let me drop Ronnie Q's link. Ronnie Q is going to be doing a live tomorrow. Let me see if I can find her real quick. Please subscribe to Ronnie Q if you have not yet done so, because she got a good live coming up, especially for those who want to have different conversations, you know, about things happening in our world today, in your country, in your things that matter to you or should matter to you, you know? So it just is what it is. Have other conversations when you can. This is Behind the Bar for those who can manage him. For those who can manage his energy, click the link and go subscribe to him. So there goes Ronnie and Behind the Bars link. Pretty soon, hopefully, Mind Your Own will start her channel and we can start going over there to see what you got to offer. Okay. Yeah. Uh, Let me see what this says. Be proud of that. I wish I could say I have not been in situation, but that's my life. Well, that's good. Change is good. I've always kept my head on my shoulders and thought about stuff before I did it. You're not always going to be right, but you want to make sure that you're always trying to make the best decisions. You see- You'd be surprised those in the clouds that understand and, you know, are okay. Yeah. Did it on him. Said I got a new algorithm. Who this? That's like when people get a new phone and they're just sending message. Oh, who this? I should probably start calling him Howard Stern when he comes in here. Behind the Bar, aka Howard Stern, has entered the building. Howard Stern, Charmelin the God, and a little bit. What is that crazy guy's name? DJ Academics. I can't stand him sometimes. DJ Academics. That's how long ago. That is when he just started up with his channel and stuff. That's how long ago I stopped watching those kind of stuff. I'm like, to hell with these people. To hell with these people and what they have to offer. To hell with the celebrities. I don't want to know what they eat, drink, cook, where they sleep, who they're having babies with, or nothing else. Okay. Right behind the bar. Who this? Oh, that's a new channel too, because I had looked on it earlier on. Okay, I think that's it, and that's all. Do enjoy the rest of your night or your morning, I should say, wherever you are in the world. Hope you have a good night. Have a restful night. Um, we've been on here for a while, longer than I thought I would, as per usual, but it's always good. The conversations are good. I want to thank all the persons who clicked on the link today. It was Ronnie Q behind the bar. Um, Mind Your Own. She's here in the chat also, or was here in the chat. Jill's Comfort Zone. Ooh, let me put Jill's Comfort Zone. She was in here too. She has a channel. So if you want to find the channels for the persons who came on here, you can find it in the chat. Okay. So let me drop Jill's Comfort Zone. Jill talks food. Okay. Jill is a cook or a chef. Should I say chef or a cook, Jill? Jill is doing her thing, but she loves to frequent, go around in the sector and watch, you know, different people and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I should probably come do that tomorrow. Oh, I should probably come on here tomorrow and do the patois in the beef sector news thing again. I'll think about it, depending on how early I get in, and what the traffic is like and stuff. If I'm not tired, I'll come back and do that. I've been using my StreamYard, girl. And Joyce too. Joyce was on the panel also. So let me go again. Jill's Comfort Zone, Joyce, Ronnie Q, Behind the Bar, and Mind Your Own. Those were the people who visited our panels, the panel today. I want to say thank you to everybody who clicked on the panel. I want to thank everybody who stayed in the coconut bushes and watched. Um, I want to say thank you to those who may have shared my live. I haven't looked, but if you did, I appreciate it. Um, and I also want to say thanks to those who stuck it out and were typing in the chat and being supportive. I appreciate that. Also, guys, remember to support your favorite content creators in whatever way you want to or can. You know, they come on here and they entertain us, and show your support whenever you can. Okay. Um, that's it for tonight, though. I'm tired. Somebody was asking that the other day, how they can get a community wall. And I think you have to make sure that you gotta use your telephone number or some email or something to make sure. I don't remember how it goes, but somebody will tell you. Somebody had mentioned it in my last live how you can get it done. Newbie, you're still here, girl. Hey, Newbie. Let me drop Newbie's link. Newbie has a channel. I'm waiting for you to go live again. Newbie. Oops. Oops. Yeah. Please subscribe to Newbie. She's on her journey to 1,000. She's at 753 right now. I wish she'd start go live again so I can come hang over there. And hopefully none of those dramatic people don't follow me over there. The last time I went over by Newbie's live, these chaotic demons, these chaotic elements that wear gold teeth came over there. She just had to come over there. And I know she may have seen me share the live, and that's how she ended up being over there. She came over here with her demonic energy and just derailed the whole thing. We were having a conversation up there. There were different, levels or different things that happened. And she just had to come over there with her spirit of chaos and fucked everything up. I don't think Newbie has done like a long live since, but it is what it is. Thank you for subscribing to Newbiology. I appreciate it. Okay. And that day when that Oh, let me not go back there. Okay. Oh, and a gentle reminder for those who know, they know. In the same way that some of these people stay on the lady over there's panel and give commentary, take a walk back down in history. It's the same way Pizarro, Goosey, and whoever else used to do the same thing. It didn't take too long. Didn't take too long. Turned against her. Turned against them. You notice they're no longer there. They have their own channels so they could talk about whatever they want to. Okay. How long? Let's continue the countdown. Another reminder. Wasn't it the same person over there by Clyde? Oh, I adore Clyde. They love Clyde. They were modded for Clyde. Then it became a mod issue. Isn't the same thing happening right now somewhere else? hmm Let's continue to count down for that one also. It's inevitable. Okay. You need some coin? Drop your cash app, New Biology. Drop your cash app. It was about to be. I must have missed that one. Did it says I have no business being over there anymore. It's amazing the things people find to find problems with some simple stuff. It makes you wonder what like how how did you go about through life like this? I don't know. It's crazy. Okay, I've been saying I was going. Oh yes, I did Vibrant. I watched it. Was that the one where her husband she made the sandwich for herself and he just came and took it over? He said he wasn't hungry. Here goes New Biology's Cash App, guys. So if you'd like to support her, she wants to do her StreamYard and we want to get her to her 1,000. She wants to get her StreamYard going. So, when she goes live, she can use, the other features instead of the free one. So for those who want to cash app Newbiology, we all know Newbie is a sweetie. If you'd like to do so, there goes her cash app right there on the screen or in the chat, as you can see. Okay. Yeah, she never did, but she ended up giving it to him. She gave it to him. I did watch it. I did. It was hilarious. I just remember that one. So I did catch it. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Peace. I'm leaving. And as usual, we'll listen to some drumming. Let me see who messaged before I go. Oh, let me do something for newbie. Hit the cash app. Hit the cash app. Those who know. Okay. All right. Um, I gotta go. Let me find my drumming. Okay, guys. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you for spending your time with me. You didn't have to, and you did. For those who can't manage my accent, I'm sorry, but I can't. I don't. I don't. I didn't have a choice in where I was born or how I grew up or who were my parents or anything. And even so be the case, I don't plan on changing to fit in with the crowd. So take it or leave it. This is how I speak. It doesn't change. Okay. Bye. Good night, Tamaril. Who are you? Oh, you want that too? Oh, hold on. Oh, my babies, my babies. I love you, my babies. Oh, my babies. I love you, my babies. Let me block you, though, my babies, because you can't talk about my junkie baby. Girl, please. Yeah, you should one day. See, Mind Your Own did it and she's fine. And also, who did I see up here earlier on? They clicked the link, but they didn't see how to turn their cameras off. You can still come up and I'll keep the overlay up if you don't, if you prefer it that way. Okay. All right, a little more. This is it for real this time. It's for real this time. I need another fake accent soon because I heard that my accent is fake. You're right. Some people may know a few people from different Caribbean islands. They think they are the experts on how people talk. So, yeah, are you an expert on how people talk in different parts of the island and the different words and stuff people use on different parishes in the island or on the island? You think everybody speaks the same way? You go to different areas, it's a whole different thing. I've been around people who speak patois, and because of the accent that they have that is totally different from mine, I can't understand shit. And I gotta tell them to talk slower so I can understand what they're saying. Okay? For those who know, especially if you're from one end of the island and somebody's from another end, they talk a little bit different. You can still understand. Sometimes if it's too fast, you don't get it. Sometimes they use totally different words from what you use and stuff. So don't act like you know shit. Don't act like you know shit about anybody. Don't act like you know shit about anybody and how they speak and how people from different parts of the island speak. Yes, it's patois at the end of the day, but people speak different ways. Okay, all right, bye. Bye.